welcome everyone and to another meeting, Utility Advisory Committee meeting. And we'll call it to order. We just got confirmation that everything was posted, Josh. Okay, thank you. And we have a full quorum today, so everyone is here. We'll go to public comments first.
Thank you, Chairman Carr. Thank you, members of the committee. My name's Karen McManus. I appreciate all the work that each of you do for our community, and I'm here to speak on item number 2. I know over the years it may have become trite that Boulder City is unique, but it is, and especially regarding the existing municipal utility system. This community was gifted with that system following the construction of Hoover Dam. From my understanding, it was pretty well built by people who knew what they were doing, but it was also built quite a long time ago. And over the years, maybe it hasn't been all that well maintained, but with your help and the work of our staff, getting things, major projects, that some are wrapping up now and some are planned for the near future, I think we're in a much better place. Beyond those projects that are being completed, I do think there's a need to plan for the future. The conditions on the Colorado River have worsened significantly over the past year or two, and unfortunately we're not able to predict what the future of that is going to be. When I look through the information, I believe the amount of hydropower that the city uses is still above 50% of the total city needs. And that means that that power comes from Hoover Dam, and should there be any lessening of that power, that could create at least major expense for the residents of our city. The presentation by the Nevada Clean Energy Fund is one way to begin the planning process. It is disappointing to see in the staff report the ending statement that is quoted, adding an additional community solar project would involve giving up the city of Boulder City's valuable hydroelectric power from Hoover Dam. There was no explanation in the packet as far as where that statement comes from or what it was based on, but I do believe that we do have to start looking at projects like this. We're also under state legislature mandate to do that. We must be above 50% renewable energy, I believe, by the year 2030. And my hope is that the discussion of solar power for this community will be on a positive note and not beginning with a negative statement of, well, if we do this, then we're going to lose our hydropower, without at least some very detailed explanation as to why that would be. Until recently, we've never attempted to really have much of an interest in all the solar power that is generated down there in El Dorado Valley. I know that is being looked into. We do have some terms. They may not be the best terms for the most recent project, the Townsite project. We need to look at, can we partner with existing solar energy companies? Is there something the city can do on its own? I think the presentation today is going to be helpful to learn some of those alternatives. And by exploring options that we have in the past few years been able to look at, I think that gives the city some surety as far as what might happen with Colorado River. Again, we can't know what that's going to be, but we all know these projects take many years to plan and implement. This may be a good time to do that. So thank you all for your time and effort. I do appreciate what each of you do to invest in Boulder City and making this a great community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I don't see anybody else out in the audience. Josh, was there a phone call or email beforehand? Okay. We'll go to the phone real quick. So if anybody wants to call in at 702-589-9629.
the Utility Advisory Committee.
Yes, I have public comment, please.
Please state your name.
It's Fred Volz for the record. Good afternoon, everyone. These comments pertain to agenda items 2 through 6. In reviewing the NCEF slides on clean energy projects, it is concerning that the nascent state of battery storage technology, including multiple instances of spontaneous combustion in vehicles and on the sides of buildings, suggests that the plan to derive 100% of electricity demand is unattainable in the short term and perhaps even by the year 2050. It is not something Boulder City should race to embrace. We are far from being able to power the Las Vegas Valley overnight and on extended cloudy days relying exclusively on batteries without conventional power sources. The welter of restrictions and limitations on both rebates and tax credits contained in the Inflation Act suggests low and moderate income families need considerable guidance in how to surmount the numerous bureaucratic hurdles. There is no objective resource to approach for such help. Many will be unable to use the tax credits because they have no income tax liability, and they also lack the funds to perform the suggested projects. To a lesser extent than California and Texas, a Nevada integrated resource plan depended upon begging residents and businesses to curtail consumption during heat waves suggests poor planning. An inadequate distribution grid and an electric supply system unable to deliver significantly more megawatts for new transportation and home appliance demand is troubling. Hopefully the presenter will address all of these problems in oral comments today. Regarding the proposed CIP budgets, we again see that city staff cannot spend the money allocated in a given year, but insist on over-budgeting and under-delivering with projects. This has been a problem for years, even after the addition of the CIP coordinator, and needs to be fixed given the limited project management capabilities in public works and utilities. The total project budgets and cumulative amount spent has disappeared. What's most troubling about the various scenarios for changing water rates in Agenda Item 4? A continued failure by the city to dramatically decrease its own use of water. The revised rates need to reflect a reduction of usage by 50 to 60% to match the decreased flows in the Colorado River. Cascada reducing its use by 36.5% is a good start, but the city's own use needs a much heftier reduction rather than relentlessly nagging the public. Replanting any grass will not do the job. The substantial elimination of grass at athletic fields, parks, and golf courses will materially alter the water revenue model, meaning rates will need to rise substantially to cover system expenses. City staff currently lack any incentive to make major water consumption cuts at city facilities since they pass those costs on to residents and business owners. If the city manager, utilities director, parks and recreation director, and public works director cannot attain a 50 to 60% reduction in the city's own water use at civic facilities, then there should be an appropriate reduction in their compensation packages given their failure to manage the existential water problems BC and Southern Nevada face. They also need to work with the Clark County School District to eliminate all water-guzzling turf at local schools, school athletic fields, and at the Bureau of Reclamation's Southern Region headquarters. For Agenda Item 5, the Utility Director needs to do more than explain how water and electric consumption have changed from month to month, but advocate for no new private or public swimming pools given the evaporation factor and electricity consumption, including at the proposed luxury RV park and the city's hoped-for municipal pool complex. He also needs to lay out a much more detailed plan for rapid implementation of BC water consumption cuts beyond the 18% modeled in the alternative rate proposals. Finally, for the next agenda when the subject is electricity, should Hoover Dam stop producing electricity because of dead pool water flows, how will BC replace the 53% of its power from alternative sources when all of the transmission lines in and out of Southern Nevada are at full capacity presently? And I would ask that these comments be added verbatim to the record. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay, we'll give about just another minute just to make sure if anybody else is on the line. So again, the number is 702-589-9629. Okay, not hearing any other comments, then we will close the public comment period and go to the agenda. So, Joe, is there any need to change the agenda? Is the order gonna help with the city?
Yep, no changes to the agenda.
Okay, is there any comments by the committee? Okay, so we'll go to agenda item number 1 for possible action, approval of the September 7th, 2022 Utility Advisory Committee meeting minutes. Does anybody have any comments? Eileen?
On the minutes, on the first page, it indicates Lloyd Anderson here, but he was here by phone, and I don't know if that needs to be noted. Then on page 2, third paragraph up from the bottom, the third line, it says relining ponds, RELIGNIG. Was that supposed to be realigning ponds, or?
It's supposed to be relining.
Okay, so that's misspelled. It's not LIGN.
Okay, yeah.
And then on page 5, ninth paragraph down, the word Stubich and Stubitz and replied is all one word instead of the space in between. On page 7, the last paragraph, the same situation. And on page 7, the second paragraph, it says committee member Todd said they were piece-mailed lines, and I believe he said piecemealed. On page 12, it noted that committee member Anderson abstained. However, he did not abstain. His phone call had dropped off, so he just didn't vote. That's it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, is there a motion for approval with,
Move to approve.
so I guess just discuss move to approve with
The changes.
the changes? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. It passes unanimously. Okay, so we'll close that item and go to item number 2, presentation offered by Nevada Clean Energy Fund. Executive Director Kristen Stistoso and Committee Solar, Community Solar and other clean energy projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it. Oh, perfect. Thanks. All right. So my name's Kirsten Stasio, and I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada Clean Energy Fund. I'll talk a little bit about the Nevada Clean Energy Fund in a minute, but I'm here to talk about community solar, but also clean energy opportunities more generally for Boulder City and how we can bring the economic benefits, the health benefits, and climate benefits that can be realized through bringing these clean energy opportunities to Boulder City's residents and businesses. All right, so I'll start by giving a little bit of background on the Nevada Clean Energy Fund and why we are focused on clean energy. Then I want to take some time to talk about community solar specifically, and then end by talking about efficiency and electrification opportunities. And throughout my presentation, I'm going to highlight some of the federal incentives that have recently become available due to the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act at the federal level. So a lot of this is hot off the press and unfolding, as we speak. All right, so let's talk about first the Nevada Clean Energy Fund. Who am I? Who are we? So we're a nonprofit organization, and we support a thriving, affordable, and accessible clean energy economy by providing financial and technical resources to Nevadans. And the reason why we focus on clean energy is because implementing those measures, as I alluded to, they can help folks reduce their energy costs, they can spur economic and job growth, and they can improve the air that we breathe and also address climate change. All right, so as I mentioned, this is the Nevada Clean Energy Fund team. I'll call it NCEF for short. As I mentioned, I'm the executive director. I have extensive background in renewable energy project investment, so I come at this from an economic and an investment standpoint, not from a policy standpoint, not necessarily from a social impact standpoint. I worked for almost a decade scaling, profitable investments in wind, solar, and energy storage. And I am working with the Nevada Clean Energy Fund's Board of Directors to launch NCEF's programs and resources. And we really have an amazing board with collectively a great deal of experience in clean energy, in real estate, and economic development, finance, and state and local government. I want to call out Guy Snow, we have here, who has extensive experience in the solar and electric vehicle space, both from a contracting standpoint as well as a workforce development standpoint. So the Nevada Clean Energy Fund provides accessible financing for clean energy projects, and to break down what that actually means, it can mean everything from energy efficiency retrofits in homes and commercial buildings that help bring down energy costs, to electric vehicles, to residential and community solar projects, and sometimes pairing them with energy storage as well, where it makes sense. Programs that we're targeting really aim at making financing more available for these clean energy measures to a variety of different stakeholders, whether you're talking about single-family homeowners, multifamily housing, commercial buildings, whether they be owned by local businesses or nonprofits or local governments. We're also very focused on fleet electrification due to, it's not something that I'm necessarily going to speak to too much today, but there's significant opportunity for cost savings from a fuel and maintenance standpoint with the variety of electric vehicles that are out on the market. And then of course, community solar and storage, which is one of the main reasons why I was asked here today. So the Nevada Clean Energy Fund, we were formed as an investment and lending entity. So the primary tool that we use is providing low interest loans and other types of loan products. Because as I talked about, most of these clean energy measures, they're profitable investments. And so these loans can be paid back over time using energy savings and other maintenance cost savings and whatnot associated with these measures. All right. So just a little bit of jargon. The Nevada Clean Energy Fund was established by state legislation in 2017 as a nonprofit organization, and we were established as what's called a green bank, which is an institutional model that has been successfully implemented in several other US states. And green banks, they use primarily public funds to provide those low-cost financing for clean energy projects and also help catalyze other private investments into the space. So green banks in other states have collectively deployed billions of dollars into the clean energy sector in those states. And we're expecting that the impact of green banks is going to grow significantly in the coming years due to the provision in the Inflation Reduction Act that establishes the $27 billion Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. So one of my priorities in the coming months is, these are competitive funds, is to make sure that Nevada has the capacity and the opportunity to access those funds and implement them here for the benefit of Nevadans. All right, so let's take a step back and talk about, why clean energy? What are some of the benefits? So the most cost-competitive energy resources today on an unsubsidized basis are the cleanest. Solar, wind, energy efficiency, and increasingly electric vehicles. We're particularly feeling the energy cost burden of our traditional vehicles today when we visit the pump, right? So it's pretty prescient. But often these profitable measures, they might get left on the table for a variety of reasons. Maybe stakeholders don't have the access to capital to make the initial investment and realize the profits involved in the operational savings, or they just don't have the technical capacity to do so. And so that's where the Nevada Clean Energy Fund is focused, is those stakeholders who need that extra financial and technical help. So, we talked about the economic benefits of clean energy, but the other benefit of clean energy is the huge potential in Nevada. From, as you know from your solar projects that are located in El Dorado Valley, Nevada has significant clean energy resources, both from a renewable energy potential and an energy efficiency potential, and we're talking about EVs as well, from a lithium and EV battery supply chain. We've developed a lot of that potential, but still have a lot of room to grow as well and take advantage of that opportunity. Tapping that clean energy resource has been and will continue to be a major driver of job growth in this state. The clean energy sector employs over 25,000 people in Nevada, and the number is growing significantly. And it can save people and businesses money on their utility bills, while also bringing energy supply closer to home and reducing our dependence on volatile international and even regional energy markets. So as we're all aware, the aridification happening in the Southwest is reducing water supplies and straining our power resources and creating more volatile energy price markets with the potential to drive up electricity prices. Okay, so with that as context, let's get to the meat. Let's talk about community solar. And what is community solar? So community solar can mean a lot of different things. I've got a definition here from the US Department of Energy that is a fairly broad definition. It could take the form of a variety of different ownership models, different sizes. You can see from this map here of community solar projects across the US that it could range from tens of kilowatts to over 50 megawatts in size. And it could be rooftop or ground mount or utility scale. All right, so, but ultimately what community solar projects do is they provide electricity and or financial benefits to multiple community members. So again, very broad definition. And there could be a variety of different objectives of pursuing community solar. The traditional one that we hear about a lot is providing equitable access to clean energy. An estimated 50% of commercial and residential rooftops are unsuitable for rooftop solar, so many see community solar as a solution for increasing access to solar for folks that can't otherwise put it on their roofs, for example, for renters, for roofs that are shaded, or a variety of other reasons why that might be the case. But other objectives of community solar could include reducing exposure to energy price volatility, in particular in the electricity sector. It could be developing the local workforce, because when you're investing in renewable energy and solar, that's a local source of energy, right? It could also mean meeting clean energy goals and also creating other mechanisms for engaging customers and ratepayers. So there are a lot of different variables to consider when you're thinking about investing in community solar. I've listed, many of the questions here, and I want to touch upon a few of these questions and really start by talking about project costs, because project costs have a big influence on what the benefits are of a project and how big you might build your project. So a useful way to think about project costs, and I showed this chart a little bit earlier, but I want to dig into it a little bit more, is a concept called levelized cost of energy, LCOE, which takes into account the lifetime cost of an energy project and divides it by lifetime production in order to get a true cost per megawatt hour. So it's a metric that really depicts the real cost of generating a megawatt hour of electricity, and it allows you to compare different electricity resources on an apples-to-apples basis. So this levelized cost of energy assessment is from Lazard, which is a large asset management firm. They release this analysis on an annual basis, and it's unsubsidized. One of the things that you'll notice pretty immediately, I know it's a little small, but the bigger your utility scale solar project is, the lower cost per megawatt hour you're going to get. And that's because you get economies of scale. You can put a tracking system on it, so you increase production, things like that. Adding battery energy storage to your project can certainly increase cost per megawatt hour. That's not really depicted here. But it can also increase the potential revenue that a project can access because storage allows the project to go from being a price taker on the market to having more control over when and what price to sell electricity on the market at. So even though cost per megawatt hour might increase, revenue might increase if you're adding energy storage. So another benefit not reflected in the levelized cost of energy analysis that I just showed you is the fact that solar has no fuel price. And so, the fuel is the sun, you don't have to pay for it. So you have, you're able to have long-term visibility into what price you're going to pay for that electricity. And because of that, solar, particularly at the right price, can serve as a really attractive hedge against fuel price volatility. As you all are aware, Boulder City's power purchase agreement for 5 megawatts of town site solar is priced at $39.95 a megawatt hour. And it's a great example of this, as you can see in this chart. The orange shows the wholesale electricity price at a node in Southern California. And the blue line at the bottom is the town site solar price. One of the things to keep in mind, though, is that town site solar is a much bigger project. So it's not just 5 megawatts, right? It's 232 megawatts of solar plus 90 megawatts of storage, which is one of the reasons why you see such an attractive PPA price, because it benefited from those economies of scale. Another consideration with solar is what to do with it when you have more solar generation than demand, because both electricity demand and solar production vary throughout the day and the year, and they don't always match. Energy storage certainly can help with that matching and match up supply with demand, but ultimately, when solar supply and electricity demand don't match, that means that the project owner has to sell the surplus electricity elsewhere, which could be through a PPA or typically on the open market, which has variable and uncertain pricing, as we saw in the previous slide. But it's important to note that Boulder City is already exposed to these variable electricity markets, right? Because Boulder City's electricity demand varies throughout the year. It has a peak at 50 megawatts in the summer months, by the way, when solar electricity generation from these projects peaks as well. And then it goes down to 22 megawatts in the cooler months. And it's my understanding that Boulder City has contracts in place to cover the peak in the lower months, so about 22 megawatts. But during the summer peak, Boulder City has to go to market to purchase electricity, and we know that the cost for those market purchases has gone up in recent years as natural gas prices in particular, which is the marginal generator, have increased. So there are a variety of different incentives available to Boulder City for community solar, and many of them were increased and extended in the Inflation Reduction Act. As I mentioned, it's all very brand new, but the Inflation Reduction Act has a huge emphasis on clean energy, and really just made it even more cheaper and competitive to invest in clean energy, invest in energy efficiency, electrification, et cetera. I want to, of course, give the typical investor caveat that none of this should be interpreted as tax and legal advice. We're going to get more information from federal and state agencies in the coming months on these incentive programs, but this is really just a summary of some of the selected provisions that are potentially relevant for Boulder City. So one of the big developments with many of the tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act that's very exciting and game-changing for entities like governments and nonprofits that don't necessarily have a tax appetite is the Inflation Reduction Act made many of their tax credits available to these entities, nonprofits, governments, et cetera, through a provision called direct pay. So you don't need a tax appetite to monetize these investments anymore. You don't need to, partner with a tax equity investor in order to access them. So really exciting and an important development to be aware of. All right. So the most relevant incentive for community solar are the investment tax credit and the production tax credit, the ITC and the PTC. And the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, increased and extended these tax credits for clean energy projects like solar, like wind, like energy storage. It extended it to standalone energy storage, which wasn't the case previously. The energy storage had to be paired with solar, like with the town site project. And it also, one of the themes that you'll see is there are commonly some prevailing wage and domestic content requirements, so it's just something to be aware of. All right, so looking at the investment tax credit, it's a little complicated, and I apologize, but at a high level, once you understand them, then you know how to take advantage of them. And but for the investment tax credit for projects under 1 megawatt, there's a base investment tax credit of 30%. So that means you can get 30% of your costs covered through this tax credit. There's a 10% bonus for meeting domestic content minimums, and then a couple of other bonuses that are likely going to be less relevant for Boulder City.
Excuse me, that megawatt, is that alternate current? What's the AC stand for?
Alternating current, exactly.
Okay, because most of the time in solar it's DC.
Yeah, so the difference is going to be about 75% because what the grid takes is alternating current, and so it accounts for things like inverter losses from converting the DC solar electricity into AC.
Yeah, it's going to really complicate understanding how this works to say that. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, and oftentimes there are guidance around how to calculate this that come out of the IRS and others that are implementing these incentives. All right, so for projects that are over 1 megawatt, the structure looks a little bit different. There's a category for all projects. The base investment tax credit is lower, it's 6%, but you can get up higher for meeting domestic content minimums and labor requirements. As I mentioned, project owners can choose between the investment tax credit and the production tax credit. So it's really going to be an optimization equation, right? You look at your costs, you look at your production to understand which one you might want to do. But the minimum production tax credit is going to be 2.7 cents a kilowatt hour with, again, additional bumps depending on how big your project is or domestic content minimums, meeting domestic content minimums and labor requirements. Outside of the Inflation Reduction Act, I want to flag a few other potential incentives for community solar. USDA has its Rural Energy for America program, REAP, where clean energy projects in rural areas that have a population less than 50,000, which my understanding is that's Boulder City, are eligible to apply for grants that cover up to 25% of eligible projects, and that could include solar projects. There are also a couple of buckets of money in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that was passed at towards the end of last year for grid resilience. There's one that the Grid Resilience Formula Grant Program that's going to be administered by the Governor's Office of Energy. And then there's another one that's competitive, administered through the DOE called the Grid Resilience and Innovation Partnerships Program, where that's another opportunity where if you have a solar project paired with energy storage, it could be eligible for these grants. And then, of course, as I mentioned, the Nevada Clean Energy Fund is here to help provide low-cost financing to cover any costs not covered by these incentives. All right, so I mentioned that community solar has a variety of different ownership and subscriber models and can take a variety of different forms. The most common are actually when a third party owns a community solar project and sells it directly to the customers or through the utility, or potentially there's the PUC or other regulator has required that third parties are able to come in and provide that community solar. So that's the most common. The second most common by number is actually when a muni or co-op runs a community solar program. It's second most common by number, but you can tell that it's a little lower from a scale standpoint because these typically are smaller projects. So lots of different ownership models that could be considered depending on the context in Boulder City and what objectives you want to achieve. And there are a lot of different examples to look at in other states. Xcel Energy has one of the most robust community solar programs in the U.S. and the oldest. Massachusetts, Florida, NYSERDA, so lots of examples to look at. All right, so I just want to end by talking about some efficiency and electrification opportunities. I know I was asked here to talk about community solar, but I want to make sure that you're all aware of the clean energy incentives and rebates that are going to become available to Boulder City's residents and businesses because of provisions in the Inflation Reduction Act. So, and one of the reasons why we might want to focus on electrification and energy efficiency in addition to community solar is that there are a variety of other additional benefits that can be achieved. For example, improving resident comfort and health, reducing energy burden, like we talked about, reducing those energy costs. But also electrification opportunities are an avenue for increasing demand. And if utilities are able to manage it well through rate structures and programs, that increase in demand can be really beneficial in terms of increasing load factor for the utilities. All right. So, first is the high efficiency electric home rebate program that provides up to $14,000 in rebates per household for electrification. So things like heat pumps, electric cook stoves, etc. This is income qualifying, so not all of Boulder City's residents are likely going to qualify for this, but pretty significant rebate. You've also got the Homeowner Managing Energy Savings, the HOMES rebate program that provides rebates based on the achievement of energy savings, and typically this will be for retrofits. The rebate amount scales based on income, as well as the achievement of certain energy savings. Both of these rebate programs are going to be implemented by the State Energy Office, so the Nevada Governor's Office of Energy. All right, then we've got some energy efficiency tax credits that are not income qualifying, so we've got the Energy Efficiency Home Improvement Tax Credit, the 25C, Section 25C tax credit for homes. That could be up to $1,200 per household per year. And then the New Energy Efficient Home Credit, which is for builders and developers of new homes. And then energy efficiency tax credits for commercial buildings as well. And I just want to highlight that there are tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act to support electric vehicles and EV charging infrastructure, both for passengers and fleets. So you've got the Clean Vehicle Tax Credit that provides $7,500 for new EVs, and I believe, is it $4,000 for used EVs, the lesser of that, or 30% of the sale price. And then for commercial customers, you've got the qualified commercial clean vehicle tax credit, which is up to a lesser of 30% of the cost of the EV, or at $40,000 for heavy-duty vehicles. So this could be a real opportunity to electrify muni fleets like garbage trucks or fire trucks, and an opportunity to bring those costs down, fuel costs and maintenance costs. And then you've got the alternative fuel vehicle refueling property credit, which is income qualifying, and I looked into it, and I don't believe Boulder City actually qualifies for the commercial one, but we should keep an eye on the residential one as an opportunity there. All right, so that's about sums up the different clean energy resources that are available, and just really grateful for the opportunity to come talk to you about the Nevada Clean Energy Fund, and hope that we can explore opportunities for partnership.
Let's see, are you open to questions? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, does anybody have any questions or comment? I guess I just have a comment, and I'm hoping I'm not rude, but I didn't really see in the package what was really brought forward to help Boulder City. I don't really see any projects that were saying this would help Boulder City. There's a lot of tax or funding, and from what I read beforehand, I couldn't even tell. It was really iffy if we would qualify for hardly any of them, and it'd probably be very minimal overall. So you have that aspect, but overall, a nice would be to get an example of a project. So a 1 megawatt project, a 5 megawatt project, what does it cost without being subsidized? What does it cost with being subsidized? So we have an idea of what we're looking at and what it is, and instead of trying to relate it to that levelized cost, it's what is an actual project that would be put in Boulder City, what would it actually cost?
Yeah, I think that's something that I could definitely work with you guys on developing an economic model. I think, like I mentioned, the size is really going to have a huge impact on that modeling and on which incentives, et cetera. But that's one of the kind of technical assistance resources that we can provide, is walking through the different scenarios for understanding, if you did a project this size, what would it cost? What's your exposure? What does it look like from a selling into the energy market standpoint? But in terms of tax credits and whatnot that are available to you, if you did a sub 1 megawatt solar project, you could cover at least 30%, potentially up to 40% of the costs through the investment tax credit, and then potentially cover another portion through the USDA Rural Energy for America program, another 25%. So that's the majority of your project costs that you could cover through these federal incentives.
Okay, so you're saying we wouldn't have to use tax credits, it would be something that would get off the top, or?
Yeah, you would just file with the IRS through a direct pay provision to monetize those tax credits. So you don't need to have that tax equity, the tax appetite to actually monetize them.
And I'm sorry, again, what was the size of that project?
It would be under 1 megawatt.
Under 1 megawatt.
Yeah, over 1 megawatt, the base tax credit declines, but if you meet labor requirements and domestic content manufacturing, you can get up to 30%.
Okay, so what is do you have off the top of your head the change of, so what size of solar that you get more benefit, or the cost of reduction? You were saying the larger, then usually it's cheaper. So what size is that normally? Do you have that?
Yeah, I mean, it really just scales. I think the biggest threshold factor to consider is, if you have a ground mount system versus like a rooftop system. If you have a ground mount system where you can do tracking, where the project can track the sun throughout the day, then that could increase productivity, the production from your project by, I believe, about 25 to 35%. So that is one of the biggest factors in reducing cost per megawatt hour.
But again, are we looking at, is it 5, 10, 20? So when you're saying larger, just a general scale, so that we can I have an idea.
Yeah.
If it would fit Boulder City or not, because I
Yeah.
don't think we would have a large, that Boulder City itself would need.
Right. If I could pull up my presentation one more time, maybe we can go back to the Lazard LCOE, because I think it gives it's a little small, but the top pricing is for rooftop. You can see the unsubsidized cost here is $147 to $221 per megawatt hour, pretty big range. Sorry. Then you've got the 1 megawatt rooftop. That's for a commercial rooftop that might be really big. You still get a pretty wide range there, $67 to $180 a megawatt hour. If you jump to ground mount 5 megawatt community scale, the price decreases significantly to $59 to $91 a megawatt hour. And then if you get even bigger than that, 150 megawatts, which is probably out of the scale of what you guys would want to consider, that can bring that down by another 50, cut it in half to about $30 to $40 a megawatt hour.
Okay, so the low end is about $59 and almost 6 cents a kilowatt hour.
Yeah. But again, this is unsubsidized, so like I mentioned, the base investment tax credit for solar in the federal for the federal investment tax credit is 30% versus 6% for utility scale. So you have to do a little bit of optimization and modeling to understand what makes sense.
And I guess make sure I'm understanding the community solar too. So the way I was hearing this was that this was more based for Boulder City to either have a third party or somebody. It's not, one of the things I was thinking, I thought I heard about community solar was that somebody could buy into it. The community themselves could buy into it. But that's not what you're explaining here. Is that am I understanding correctly?
What do you mean, like the municipal utility would?
No, I guess what I'm saying is that residents themselves, they can't have it on their roof, so they would buy into it somehow.
Yeah, that's like the prevailing model of community solar. But like I said, the DOA's definition of community solar is that the benefits of the solar project flow to one or multiple community members. So, to a certain extent, you could, with that definition, you could interpret town site solar as community solar, because that is benefiting, as you saw with the hedge that it's providing against volatile energy prices. That's benefiting Boulder City's community members.
Good, Greg.
I just had a comment. Mr. Stubis at the last meeting we had brought this up too, but part of the problem with adding more solar in Boulder City is that we are so renewable energy rich, I guess you might call it, as it is. And the biggest component of that is the hydro that we get. And our hydro comes from two sources, primarily Hoover Dam and Glen Canyon Dam through the CRSP, Colorado River Storage Project. And part of that is that the bulk of that energy comes in typically April, May, and June, when the rivers are running. And that's when we don't typically need it as much as when we do in July and August.
Right.
And so we have that energy that we have to do something with. It's coming to us and we're paying for it, and we've got to figure out what to do with it. So if we add more solar, which is going to be on top of that problem that we're paying for anyway, so it becomes an issue that we have to figure out how we're going to disperse this extra energy. And that's typically at a time of the year when most other utilities are in the same boat. They don't have the load, but they have the generation, so they have problems with getting rid of that. So that's one of the things that we have to look at if we're going to go down this road.
Yeah, I think that's a great point.
I guess it's on, the light's still out on the unit. So anyways, I understand what you're saying, but one project that comes to mind is our carport cover over here. It's been installed, it's been all built, but it's never been hooked up. So that would be community solar. We're proposing the possibility of building another carport for the police department's vehicle fleet. Okay, that would also be covered with solar panels. Okay, that would be another community project that people could buy into, have a vested interest in. The problem is like Ned is talking about, is our storage capacity. And that's where I feel a small scale storage battery system would be really, really neat, like a 20-foot container, okay, which would not hold a large amount of batteries, but it would get over our peak. And this would basically run in the summertime when we're using our 50 megawatt capacity, and this would augment our usage of electricity during the summertime. So it could offset some of it in the winter, okay? And it would also become a load lightning device for our fellow power users out of Glen Canyon and Hoover. And it would just add as a buffer to where if we get in trouble electrically, we'd have some backup. It's not gonna be a big project, but it would be something that the citizens could get behind and probably rally around.
So I think since there was not that much actual projects or resources to be added to Boulder City in this presentation, I guess we'll have to discuss that at a later time with another agenda item for other items. So unless you had another comment that's something, or through your presentation, that was gonna help Boulder City.
No, I mean, I'd be happy, like I said, to work with Boulder City on taking those next steps and really digging into the details, if that would be helpful. And just also want to reiterate that the investment tax credit is available and the production tax credit for standalone energy storage. So that's something that could benefit from these incentives. Thank you.
Any other questions? Sorry, Eileen.
Is there a number that the citizens can call to get information on this? Where would they go?
From the Nevada Clean Energy Fund?
Yes.
I would say for now, the Nevada Clean Energy Fund, the best way to get in touch with us is to email us. And I think I gave you my card, but happy to be a resource for sure.
But like for the public that is viewing and wants to get more information, would you have them email you, or is there a general number at the
Nevada Clean Energy Fund? Yeah, for now, it would just be me, and subscribing to our website as well, where we're continuing to update it with information on the incentives that are available to
And what's
folks.
your website address?
It's nevadacef.org.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Kristen, when do these projects become funded? I mean, do we design it, come up with the project, and then it gets funded? I mean, what's our investment? Do we have to invest something prior to this being funded, or is it funded from the beginning?
Well, I think that you could take two different approaches. You could take the approach of having a third-party developer own and operate it, which is what was the case with Townsite Solar. Or, you know, if you did have the desire to develop it yourselves, which you could certainly do, it could be a workforce development opportunity as well, then the step there would be, you know, putting out an RFP and getting bids just to understand what the equipment costs are going to be. And from there, you know, modeling the costs, the potential returns, and figuring out financing from there.
So we have to make a sizable investment on a project before it even gets to be funded. And we have no guarantees it would be funded.
Funded
By this program.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, it's the mission of the Nevada Clean Energy Fund to make financing available, so that's why we're here. But in terms of the IRS, the tax credits, I think you can get a pretty high level of certainty around making sure that you can access those tax credits, because they're straightforward. You know, is it a solar project? Is it this size? Then you get this tax credit.
Okay. I'd like to learn more about that, but
Yeah.
okay.
Happy to explore it.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Joe,
Appreciate it.
sorry, Joe, did you have any comments on this?
No comments. Just appreciate Kirsten and her presentation. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you. Okay, so then with no other questions or comments, we'll close out agenda item number 2 and go to agenda item number 3 for possible action, discussion regarding the fiscal year 24-28 utility capital improvement plan. So Joe, do you want to take that?
Sure, yeah, thank you, Chairman Carr, Vice Chair Wilkinson, and rest of the distinguished members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to discuss this again with all of you. In the packet, you'll see the two various changes. So we have the Utility Advisory Committee's recommendations on electric, and what was approved by the council at the last meeting. So would be happy to discuss any questions that you have, and it also have included as a handout is the FY24 through 28 for the utility fund. But as we discussed, those are the same costs and for the projects as we discussed in the last meeting. So,
Well, if you don't mind, Joe, then can I go over the spreadsheets I asked?
certainly.
Okay, so just see if I can go over really quickly. So if you bring up the spreadsheet that has the spreadsheets, and thank you, Josh, for printing these out, I appreciate that. What I was doing was just trying to quantify some things. So part of it, I think, was there was some confusion last meeting. I don't think we understood that what was gonna be completed was changed in 23, so that was the reason I was looking at this. So the top one is what is in the packet, is what was stated was recommended by the utility committee. And then what Joe then presented on the consent form in the to the council on the 27th of last month. Is that right, Joe?
That's correct.
So one of the things I wanted to do was say, okay, so you had mentioned some of the changes, but I don't think I did not understand the transformer monies to be put out. So I think we were trying to talk about that, but so that's why I just wanted to look at it. So if the top two are, the first one is what was mostly done with the motion. The second one was what was done with the consent agenda at the council meeting. And the third one I thought was possibly a compromise, was that, okay, so you've got fiscal year 23, which is now $500,000 less with the changes. And then you have fiscal year 24, which is what I believe, so with the changes that were made, now we only have almost $4 million. And I think with the amounts that were changed, we could probably agree with that. I'll put out comments here in a minute. But I think what we did want to do is understand that, again, sort of like on fiscal year 25, the 2.1 million, I think the committee would agree with that. That would be moved forward for substation 4, and you'd have the transmission money available the year beforehand. And even at that, you might even try to figure out if you need some of the money in fiscal year 26 for any other equipment that needs to be done. So that's one thing that would be something you might want to discuss. The money for the transformer, I think, is agreed. So the question is whether you want to leave that $2 million in 25 and move the design so you'd be able to purchase the transformers, or are you going to purchase the transformers in 26? So that was some of the questions that I was wondering about. And then if you go forward, then I think we suggested moving substation 5 out to 27. You had it still in 26. And am I missing a point? I didn't think we were going to be doing any two substations in the same year. Did I miss something?
So the idea is that once we get, substation 3 kind of off the ground and it as a model, as a design, we could have the opportunity to do multiple substations in the same year. So that was the intent. I appreciate the committee's advisement on the matter. What I was trying to do was improve the cash flow in the immediate term, namely FY23 and FY24, with increased energy prices by 28% on the market and increased water prices without any correction to rates. I'm concerned about the cash flow of the fund, and so I'm trying to keep that solvent immediately as we can move into a rate study, as we should, and which is recommended to do after a major change to one's portfolio, which we had with the town site solar agreement, 5 megawatts of firm power basically throughout the year, except for March and April, significantly changed our demand profile. And so we've been operating in a sense of, not having that. Now we have it, And now we need to accommodate for that and do, cost of service study soon.
No, that's what I was trying to go at. We can discuss to make sure I'm not wrong, but I think, the 23 and 24, I don't think were really issues. We were just trying to understand, and part of it is 26 and 27 and 28 was, we were just trying to levelize. So if you look at the center one, you see that on 26, you have $11.6 million. And if we moved out the substation 5 and substation 6, then you would only have 7.5. So it was just sort of levelized in the future a little bit. And so maybe if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying depending on how 3 goes, then you'll sort of know what to expect with 4 and 5.
That's right. So ultimately, this is for the conversion from 4 kV to 12.47 kV. That completion will dramatically increase the reliability and safety of our system. And so, we get through the high peak demand areas. If at that time in 26, it's not something that we could accommodate, then we can certainly look to make an adjustment there at that point. That's where the next fiscal year is what's approved by council on the CIP. So we can look at the plan, and if we want to adjust a couple years out as priorities shift, as things change. COVID was a big, curveball. So that's something we can certainly do.
Okay, I was just trying to see it in black and white was all, and I see that you presented, is this a draft? This is the draft for what's going to be presented on the 18th, I'm assuming, what you handed out in color for
So
projects fiscal year 24 and 28?
Yes, this was presented to council at the 27th. So this was the draft that was presented to council already. They've got another opportunity to review it again, and they will. That's on the next meeting agenda, which is October 11th. And then we'll have the the citizen-run staff-led workshop with the CIP. I believe that's on the 18th. I think, yep, that's on the 18th.
Okay, yeah, I didn't, since this wasn't in the packet, that's why I asked for the spreadsheets, because the packet only had energy, and it didn't have the water, and water or sewer.
Right.
So I was trying to clarify the electric into what I believe the committee was saying, so if anybody has any comments different, then I'll get to that really quick to make sure I wasn't speaking for the committee or it said anything incorrectly. So that's the reason why. So I see now that with this brochure, then we have the water and the wastewater for 2024. So that was what the other spreadsheet was. Like I said, I didn't see that in the packet, so I was just trying to clarify that we understood what was being presented going forward. Because the other big one that I understand is that some of the changes, well, let's talk with electric. Any comments? We'll finish on electric real quick. Any comments on electric from the group? Eileen?
I'd like to point out that in the packet, the spreadsheet where you say the UAC recommendation, that is not totally correct. The substation 5 transformer and foundation replacement, I had moved that the 300,000 in 2025 be moved into 2026, and that's not showing on this spreadsheet.
I believe that the motion was amended, and
I checked the minutes, and according to the minutes, the 300,000 was to go into 2026. The amended part was I had asked to move the substation 3 rebuild fiscal year 24 into 25, and that was the amended part, not to move it.
yeah, I also reviewed the minutes, and that's
Okay, let's take a look at them here.
okay.
To recommend moving funds as follows. Substation 4 rebuild to fiscal year 2026. That's there. The substation 5 transformer, 300,000 to fiscal year 26. and the 4.2 to fiscal year '27.
I stand
It's-
corrected, yeah.
Okay,
Very good.
okay.
Anything else, Eileen?
Well, I'm concerned that the UAC's recommendation wasn't even presented to City Council. And I'm wondering if that is going to continue, or if we do make recommendations, they're going to be provided to council.
Sure, yeah, recommendations that you make will be provided to council. I mean, the committee's welcome to make a committee report as well.
Okay, so we need to do that and not count on you to provide our input to the council?
I certainly can provide your input to the council.
Okay, I'm just concerned because at the last meeting, it wasn't.
Yeah,
No
I mean,
mention of the UAC's recommendations at our meeting was even brought up.
with all due respect, the last meeting was very difficult to follow on tape, and so the motion that I understood, you know, as best I could, as it was amended, was what I had put in the spreadsheet, so.
No, but I'm talking about what happened at the last council meeting. Our recommendations weren't even mentioned.
Right, with all due respect, so the recommendation that you had made, you know, I was, you know, trying to really comprehend and follow by watching the tape, and so it was, you know, rather lengthy, and I wanted to make sure I understood it and got it right. There wasn't a justification for it. There wasn't a reason for it. So in the time allowed to get this information to council, I presented what the facts that I had and the justification and the reason I had as the department head.
Okay, so in the future, we can expect our recommendations to be brought forward to the council.
Sure, as long as they're succinct, clear, and well understood.
I thought that motion was very clear. Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other comments on the electrical? Okay, so Joe, for possible action, if we're looking at the electrical, then are you looking at the 5-year plan, or do you want just comments on the 24? Just so I understand, because like I said, this is for possible action, so it just be advisory from us, our part. But what are you, is there anything you're looking for from us?
I appreciate any comments and advisement that you have. This was an item that was added to the agenda at your request. So we're going over this again. You know, if this is any comments or feedback that you have, the agenda item is on at your request.
I guess the biggest one that we're looking at, so right now with the changes that were made and for 24, does anybody have any comments on fiscal year 24 for the electric? So my thought was in the spreadsheet I presented forward was that I can agree with the 24 changes. And actually, from my understanding is the money that was moved from 24 to 23 for the rebuild has already been approved, and so there's no comments for that anyway. Is that correct?
It has been approved, but if you have any comments on it, you're welcome to.
I just make sure I understand the facts, right?
Sure.
So, I'm still trying to understand some of those things. So I looked at it and I don't have any comments for 24. Does anybody else have any comments on 24, fiscal year 24? Because that's what I'm understanding is the main thing that's going to go back to the council on the 11th of this month, October, and then asking them to tentatively vote on the 22nd if a meeting is not had on 22nd. So I guess I understand that November, that's the Tuesday right before Thanksgiving. A lot of times we don't have one on that week, so it'll be interesting to see how that falls out. So, so we have the meeting on the 11th, and we have the meeting on the 18th with the citizens.
That's correct.
And I'm still trying to make sure that I understand the process properly, because we talk about a 5-year plan, but we really only emphasize the 1 year, the 24. So, because some of the suggestions that we made was to move things out. My understanding is you'd prefer to leave them in. For instance, the substation 5 money in 26 and not move it out to 27. Is that what I understand?
That's correct, yeah. I think there's often a misconception of executive approval to move forward with the project and a project schedule. So that's the way that we can get a project going and started is when it's approved. It doesn't necessarily indicate that that's the schedule of the project. These substation projects will likely take multiple years to complete. So they're beyond the typical feeder project that's 270-day construction period. So that's what we got to keep in mind when we're looking at these, that this has nothing to do with the project schedule. This is executive approval for the project to move forward.
But it does have a bearing on the budget.
Absolutely.
And a bearing on the rate.
It can, yeah, absolutely.
Because that was the difference is, comparatively having, if it's approved in 26, then we would assume that we would need the $11 million, $11.6 million by the end of 26 to cover that.
Well, before 26, a cost of service study will need to be performed.
Correct.
So, I mean, what we're looking at here is in a snapshot of time that could very well change based on what is needed, and priorities then could shift out further.
Okay, any other comments on electrical? Okay, and then the water, I guess, is pretty much what was stated in the meeting. We had some monies that were moved to get the ARPA funds done, and that's so that I think we can all agree that, we agree with you, the committee would agree that the ARPA is a major priority. So anything that can be done with the ARPA funds is a major priority. So I appreciate the looking at the changes you made to try to get the projects that are currently running and go forward. So that's the major thing for that. So fiscal year 24, you moved some money into 23.
So the change that was made on copper service, if you could see, it's zeroed out in 24 and 25. That money has moved up to FY23, which is ARPA funding. These projects are water service replacement projects that are basically shovel ready to go. So it's advantageous for us to get those done, take advantage of the ARPA funding. That was the change that was made. In the last meeting, we had a motion on electric. Went back and looked, there was discussion, no motion on water, no motion on sewer. If it's something that the committee deems necessary to make a motion, advise on, that would be appreciated.
No, I think what I'm trying to do is, myself, would be, I appreciate the changes and how you're trying to work with the ARPA, so I don't have any other things on the water. So I appreciate what you've done, and so I don't see any changes that I can recommend. So is there any other changes the committee has in water or sewer? Okay, so.
Well, I'd just like to move that we approve the 5-year plan for water as proposed on this.
Okay, can you clarify that? I guess just clarify that that's in,
On the draft of the 5-year capital plan for fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 28, I move we approve the proposed 5-year plan for the water.
Any comments?
Is there a second on
Well,
that?
okay, I'm sorry. Is there a second? Okay, I'll second it. The only comment though I had was, did you want to make two motions? Because we might as well, then do the sewer also, or did you want to do that as a second motion?
Separate.
Okay, so, it was stated that we wanted just a single motion, so the motion is to, accept the 5-year plan for the water utilities that was given to us in a handout for the draft brochure. Any other comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Do you want to do the second?
I move that we approve.
Sorry, you just turned.
Off, sorry. I move that we approve the 5-year plan for the sewer utility capital improvements as presented in the draft fiscal year 2020 or 24-28 capital improvement plan.
I'll second that.
Any comments? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously.
I would like to go back to the electric because we didn't vote on that.
If you want to make a motion, I don't have a motion.
I move that we, keep doing that, sorry. I move that we recommend to staff to propose the compromised 5-year plan as presented by Larry Carr's spreadsheet for fiscal year 23 through 28.
Is there a second on that? I'll second it. So is there any comments on the motion? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Is there any clarification needed on any of those motions?
Just the information that exactly you're referring to, Larry's spreadsheet, I don't know what that, exactly that document is.
Okay, the spreadsheet that I had asked to be printed, and so, do you have a copy of the spreadsheet, Josh? Or Joe?
I do not have a copy of the spreadsheet in front of me.
Oh, you just gave it to, okay. So, here, let me just. So here's what, this is what, these two are what's in the packet, and that was just sort of my compromise.
Okay, very good. Okay, so I understand the compromise FY '23 total CIP budget $13,318,196. Substation 3 rebuild is at $5,740,000. FY '24 0 in substation 4 and 0 in substation 5.
Yes.
Has this been handed out to the public in the packet, Larry? Should be some on the.
It's on the DS.
Okay, handed out per the meeting.
I
Part of the
amend my motion
Okay,
to state that the spreadsheet was available on the DS.
probably this, for the, making sure everything's correct, let's go ahead and, let's repeal, we'll repeal the first motion, or the motion for utility, and make sure it's clear that everybody understands, what we're doing. So, okay, so I think,
Hi, Tammy McKay, City Clerk. For clarification, you're moving to approve something based on an item that Chairman Carr provided, and everybody's had an opportunity to view this?
Yes, it was passed out to each of us and available on the dais.
And everybody's had time to review this before the meeting?
no, not
No.
before the meeting, no, because I can't hand it out before the meeting, it can only be
Okay,
handed
well, I
out
just want to
during-
make sure everybody's aware, if they're voting to approve this, that they've actually seen the item.
I think what the best thing to do is, seems to be confusion, is just to repeal the motion for the electric. I want to keep the motion for the water and the utility and the sewer, but just repeal, or is that the proper process?
Do you want us to go through it line by line?
Well, I mean,
Make it
it
clear,
need,
or-
yeah,
No,
right,
Okay.
it-
Eileen,
I
I
can do
think the
that.
best thing to do is just repeal the motion.
Yes, but I mean, repeal it and then go through it line by line.
No, it's not.
So take no
it's-
action?
Take no action.
you can take an action, but you just want to ensure that everybody's had the opportunity to review this since it was just handed out. That's my only point.
Yes.
So if everybody's comfortable and they've had time to review this, then you would move forward. Or you can still move forward with the motion. But whether or
Yeah,
not
it was-
whether or not it's an approval in the affirmative remains to be seen, if they haven't actually had time to review this.
Everybody voted on it, so it was approved. Maybe between the time you went from there to here, but
Okay. Okay, as long as the body has an understanding that they just approved something they haven't actually reviewed.
Well, it was viewed, what I had tried to explain before, maybe I didn't explain it properly, was that the spreadsheet had two of the information that was in the packet. And basically what I did was combine them and say, this is what, we would go forward with. So I believe most of the information is there that was in the packet. It was just, I arranged it so it could be looked at in paper instead of verbally, say, this is what I think will work. That was the idea. So I don't believe the data is
I guess I
different.
missed you expressing that to the body.
So I tried to explain the three, but maybe I didn't explain it properly, and I apologize if that was the case.
As long as the body understands. I just wanted to
But there is
clarify.
still confusion, so if that motion needs to be withdrawn, then that's easily done.
That would be up to the body.
Okay.
Like you said, everybody's already voted on it in the affirmative.
So, okay, well, since they have voted on affirmative and we explained it, do we need to explain the motion again, or is it the motion go forward? What do we need to do with the motion? Because
It'll move forward unless anybody has any questions or comments about it.
Okay,
then you can
and that's why
determine.
I appreciate the making sure we're staying within our bounds or proper open meeting laws, I understand that. And I'm just making sure then, so do we need to do anything, or does that motion stand then by just stating that it'd be the third?
At this point, the motion stands because everybody voted on it.
Oh, okay,
I didn't hear that you'd already voted on it. I was trying to run in here to make sure that everybody had the opportunity to review this.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
Did the electric one get voted on?
that's what we just voted on.
You know, I think it might be a good idea, now that we have approved it, to go ahead and have you just explain one more time exactly what took place, because I think we all know, but just to make sure that we're comfortable with that before we move on, and otherwise rescind the motion.
Sure, not a problem,
We're just moving some of the money forward, right?
correct.
I thought it was pretty straightforward. There's some confusion there.
Okay, so let's go over it, and if there's any issues, then we can resolve it. So what I said, make sure it's totally clear, the spreadsheet that is for electrical, that's the three spreadsheets. And Joe, now you have it, so if I misstated anything in the spreadsheets, please let me know. I tried to triple check that I had everything in the columns that I saw and understood from the package. So the two top ones should be the same exact thing from the package. And so what my understanding was is the information on the top sheet was what Joe took from the motion and put into the recommendation for the UMC. The second one is what he took, the utility director recommendation is what he took to the city council meeting, and it was under the, the first agenda item on the, I'm sorry, I can't talk for right now, the consent agenda, the consent agenda. So in my copy, I had them as a blue and a yellow to help distinguish things, for saving of ink and stuff. I can appreciate it was done in black and white. So what I had done is just try to make it clear that what was actually approved in the consent, because it was not in spreadsheet form, so I was just trying to help quantify that. And then so I thought, okay, just so we would understand what we were looking at, again, instead of verbally stating it, I created one for like a compromise. And what I did was say, okay, in fiscal year 23, this is what the city council approved. And so the 13.318 is what was approved. We had recommended the 13.8, but that was just more or less, I think we didn't really go into major discussions in 23. So I was also trying to clarify that. So I appreciate that the transformers got moved because you're not going to use that money in 23, so it makes more sense to go out. So I like that. I like that aspect. Then going to 24, then you suggested moving the you moved the 24 for the substation 3 back, and as you stated in your documentation, you wanted to focus on rebuilding 23, get that all squared away and move forward, and I appreciate that also. So then we don't have the money in 24 for substation 3 now. We moved the money from 23 to 25 for the transformers, and we moved the money from 24 to 20, let me make sure if I understand it correctly, to 26, and that was the same thing that we recommended also. So I think what I was trying to show was what was done. So in your portion, you'll see the grayscale, 23 through 26. The upper portion is what has already been approved by the council, and I was just recommending that it was in yellow in my copy. From 26, 27 to 28 is to move those out to try to balance the cost. That was my recommendation. So the 300, if we needed to leave we had recommended moving 300, we didn't understand the 2 million was up for discussion on substation 5. But I agree if you want to put 2 million and 25 and we can get that purchased, then that's something that would help the city go along, and I can understand that. Fiscal year 27 then would be, you would be working on 4 and 26, and then we would look at 25, substation 5 and 27. And then you would move the substation 6 design to 27 and do the work in 28, and also the removal of the substations, if I understood correctly in earlier conversations, that the removal was not a problem to get the conversion. So that could be done at another time. So again, I was just trying to levelize some of the costs. So I'm trying to get some where it wasn't as expensive. So does that explain, better explain the spreadsheets?
Yeah, it does to me. I understand.
Okay, I apologize if there was confusion before. So I guess the question is if I'm understanding correctly, then did everybody understand that, and does everybody agree with their vote, or do we need to modify the electric motion?
I'm fine with it.
Yeah. I'm fine with it.
I guess I'll just go down the line then just to make sure there's not a problem. So Howard,
I'm with it, I'm for it.
Eileen,
Yes.
Ned,
Yes,
Marty, you-
Yes.
and then-
Yes,
okay, thank you. Does that quantify then, Joe?
Yes, I appreciate it, and I will make sure that this is included in the staff report for the next council meeting.
Okay, so now then, is this something that's helpful to go forward? Like I said, to me, it was just, I didn't see it in the packet, so I was just trying to make it easier to put in writing, so I wouldn't be verbally saying it. It would be easy to say, is this something okay to go forward in the future, or was there a better way you would prefer me to do this?
I think either way is fine. I believe the way you handled it was okay.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to work it out for the future. Okay, so I think that covers the three utilities. And my understanding, there was nothing for landfill anyway?
Correct, yeah, no CIP for landfill.
Okay.
So before we jump to the next item, I just want to clear up, it was brought to my attention on the minutes.
Okay, can I close this out then?
Yes, go ahead,
Okay,
sorry.
let's, so we'll close out item number 3, and then we now have I guess a clarification on the minutes.
So when we were on item 1, I heard a motion, but I don't believe there was a second.
Alright. Okay, fine.
I think Ned made the motion. Eileen had,
Eileen made the motion and Ned seconded.
okay. So we're good on that?
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Is there anything else on that, Joe?
No, that was it, thank you.
Okay, so then we are going to item number 4, the rate presentation. Do we want to take a short break before we do that, or just go forward? Go forward, okay. Okay. So I will, I guess, go to the podium. So, okay, thank you. Let's get my notes. Item number 4 is a presentation offered by Utility Advisory Committee Chairman Carr and myself on water utility rates. And so I will start the presentation. And as I usually ask, if I can interrupt for questions, please do. If a question comes up when I'm going, don't hesitate to ask. And I guess the other, I don't know if it's a disclaimer or not, is that this presentation is using the city information from the city, but it is a presentation from myself, and it is not something that should be regarded as statements from the city. So just trying to make sure that there's no confusion that these are my statements. Okay, so there's a lot of information on these slides. I'll go through some of them, and I'll be happy to go through everything that everybody wants to, but a lot of it I put in there as references for either to make it cleaner for this presentation or for future aspects. Which button?
The one that's rubbed off?
That's it. Okay, and where do I point it to?
No, you don't have to point it, you just press it.
There you go, thank you. Okay. So, there's only water today. There was a lot of information to go through and to research, and so it took me longer than I expected to put, I started with water, and I did not have time to do electrical. So I would like to do that in December, and we can talk about that in the future, but that's why today is just water. So what I want to do, what I'm trying to do with this presentation is show the basic concepts, water rate structure and some water rate history. What I'm doing is I'm using the fiscal year '23 water budget and the current water rates as a starting point to get an understanding of the rates and the rate structure. So we're showing the fiscal year water budget and estimated revenue based on the current water rates. Show how the current water rate structure relates to revenues and expenses. So there again, I am just showing you a way that I believe to just start conversation. It's not saying this is the way it is, this is the way it should be. It's just a way to look at it, and it's a way that you can do a cost of service discussion, not even necessarily doing it, but it's a way to get started. Discuss issues which could affect future revenues, and discuss possible ways to modify the current rate structure. So the basic concepts, these are just some basic aspects, revenue requirement, cost of service, the rates and rate structures. I think in this, what I wanted to try to show is that I think sometimes we need to look at the rate structure and not just increase rates. We sort of want to see, do we want to change anything before we make a modification to a resolution? Some of the factors involved in that are the collection of data. So we need to figure out, okay, what water are we estimating and what are the losses related to that? Water users and or user accounts. So we have the users, but we also have just meters, number of meter and sizes. And then revenues, this is one thing that we might want to talk more about, is the revenues, wholesale and service charge. So what I've done in this is I've sort of broken it out. In the charge for service, the wholesale and the revenues are just one, and so this is something that I've broken out, not something that the city would normally do. It would be in one bucket. It's just I'm trying to sort of show, and again, just bring up discussion. So looking at wholesale and service charge, and then retail revenues, and if there's any offsets. The water rate structure. So as I will point out in future slides, the rates were actually established in a ordinance in 1960, and then in 1977 a city code was established, and in 1978 first resolution was established, and these four categories were established in that 1978 resolution. So what you have is well, I'll just go, the next slide has that. So you have four categories, schedules, and then you have, those are broken into water charges and service charges. But you also have the municipality rate section that it says what the city will pay. So this one is, I guess I'll have to get my own out if I need to read it. What I was trying to do is just remind everybody, this is in the resolution, and thank you, Joe, for including the resolution in the packet. So the current resolution is in there, and that's what this is from. But if anybody had any questions or comments, then that's what this is about. I can quickly go through it, or you can look at it on your own in the future. Is there a recommendation? I guess hearing none, then you can go through it, and if somebody has any questions going forward, Marty, go ahead.
Well, I just was wondering, at the end of this, are we going to recommend and vote on something? Or is this just something for us to look at for future?
This is not an actionable item.
Okay.
And so it's a presentation, but I'm hoping that we can have discussion though. So I'm hoping for discussion. So at any point that something comes up, then maybe we can at least start a discussion to sort of see what things people might want to understand more about. But anyway, this slide is just sort of showing here's the water charge and the service charge. So maybe that's the important aspect of this. And then you've got, so these are how the revenue is a basis of the revenue is collected. This is my understanding of how it's collected. Again, this is my understanding of the situation. Good, Eileen.
There's a construction schedule D, and looking through some of the other charts, I don't see where construction is accounted for in revenue. Do you know where that comes in? Does that just get put into commercial, or?
That I don't know. I guess can we ask that, Joe, is just, we don't, because I did not see how the construction, schedule fit into the revenues. I'm assuming that anything that came, we just went into a revenue, so there would be, I'm assuming there wouldn't be any estimate for the, construction, since you didn't know who was gonna be using what water. So it would only be a, after-the-fact revenue, I'm assuming. So it would be, that's the way I assumed it.
Yeah, I would, I believe that to be accurate.
Does that help, Eileen?
So you think when it is accounted for, it just goes into commercial?
I think it depends on the metered use, because in the resolution it says construction use metered residential or commercial. So depending on the construction, if it's residential construction, it would
Then it
go.
would just
go-
count for residential?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Greg?
Sorry, it's actually two different rates. One is for dirt work on construction projects that are commercial. One is dirt work construction projects residential. So it's two different rates for the water.
Unfortunately, it's only in one rate in this current resolution, so they're only showing one rate, unless I missed something. So that's something we might want to discuss in the future, as we go over, and that'll be towards the end of the things, resolutions and what we might look at. But this is what I was able to research and find, so I only found that the current resolution has the one schedule, and it is the it's basically pretty much the same as the residential schedule. It's only one, there isn't two.
Sorry, Mr. Chairperson, I spoke out of turn. It's the service charge that changes from residential to commercial.
Oh, okay, maybe I misunderstood that then, since it's a little different then. Thank you. Okay, so now then, what I did is, another one that's fine print, so hopefully you can follow. I apologize, I should have made sure, I think everybody did find it. There was a copy that, again, thank you, Josh, for printing out. I think it's a lot easier to, especially the slides here, to follow the presentation with a smaller amount. So what I did is, I just explained earlier, I went back and I looked and found out some of the, where we first started with the rates, and I believe I found all the different resolutions that were associated with it. And it was just interesting to see that the first one was established as an ordinance, and then the city code, I'm assuming that's the way that the charter and stuff established itself going forward. So the ordinance was just a basic rates, and then, as I said before, the 78, as you'll see the different way it was laid out in 78, which is pretty much the same way it was laid out now with some changes. And that's what I was just going to go through really quickly. And as you'll see on slide 6 here, the main thing is that in 22, the whereases showed that there was to provide for water conservation structure, and at that time a water conservation structure was established. So that was just something to follow through with. On the 2000, excuse me a second, make sure. 2014, the SNWA charges were first established or talked in the resolution. Actually, it was just mentioned in a whereas, but I assumed that the charges were increased a little bit due to that. Then in 2016, you had the major increases, but another interesting fact, or something I think to help go forward with, is you went from, and I'll bring it forward, and one of the reasons to talk about the possibly the large meter issue. Stop. Sorry, thank you. So on 7, looking at 2016, the first comment there is that in January of 2016, there was an agreement with SNWA that increased the service charge. And so when the resolution was made, there was an asterisk that showed that the charges went up, and then they went up from that point. So it's just so you understand where some of the service charges went, and there were some major jumps. So that's something that I'll try to go through a little bit later too. And then the other one, I think that, so hopefully we can talk about this in more detail later, and I'm not sure how much we can talk today about it, but the resolution, this residential Schedule B, I think one of the things that's caused, if nothing else, caused confusion for myself is the, if you look at there under, you'll see modified residential Schedule B. If you look at the indent, you'll see that 2 service charge. And so what happened was in 2014, it read, in addition to the water charge for water used, there was a monthly service charge of $7.50 for each residential unit. Then in 2016, it changed to, in addition to the water charge for water used, there shall be a monthly service charge as follows. And then you have a table that shows the different meter sizes. And so I think that some of that was where our confusion is coming from, and we want to discuss that in future slides here. But I just want to bring that to everybody's attention. And then also, I guess the last one is the same thing, we'll be talking about it again, it's just the reduction of only $10 for all the service charges that was in the last resolution. So we only reduced it by $10, there was no other reduction in the service charge. Okay, so using the fiscal year 23 water budget, current Boulder City and Southern Nevada Water Authority water rates and charges, the object of this section is to show how the current water rates and charges relates to the fiscal year water budget. So the following slides will show the fiscal 23 water budget from the final budget brochure and a way to view the current water rates and charges as used to generate revenue. So again, this is just a way. This is not saying this is the way it is or the way it's done. It's just trying to understand how some things are broken out so we can get a better understanding of what's going on. So this is what was in the water budget for fiscal year 23 as of 5/25/22, and to my knowledge, it's still the current information. So as you see the top, we have the revenues and then the expenses and then the other, what brings up all the budget. So then what I did is said, okay, just so people have an idea with the packet, so they can, as they go through it, they understand what the current rates are. So this slide and the next slide are the general rates that we have for Southern Nevada Water Authority. As you can see, the 364 per acre foot of potable and the 272 for raw, and how that breaks down per 1,000 gallons. And then we have the expansion charge of $116,000 per year, and the in lieu of IPAC charge of $1.2 million a year. And so this is what makes up part of the water for charge. Let me go back to that really quick. So on the top there, you see charge for services. So the things I'm going to be trying to look at is on the top, we would go down 1, 2, 3 on the inside, you'll see charge for services, and that's $11 million. And then you'll see purchase of water for $5 million. Those are what I'm trying to interact the most with, to sort of show what revenue is estimated, sort of the categories we get it from, and then what we're being charged for and sort of what the water comes from. So those are some of my key goals here. So by using this rate and these rates, these are also what's in this is what's in the current resolution. So you have 4 tiers for the residential, the commercial, and the commercial raw. So those are the per water, those are the water charges, and then we have the meter charges I'll show later when I'm talking about the residential B and the large meters. Actually, the large meters is where I'll bring it more into focus. Again, this is just a charge of service. The following slide show a way to look at the fiscal year 23 estimated revenues collected by the current water rate charges. So this one is a pretty complicated, it's got a lot of information on it. So this one related, so estimated water charge and service charge revenues. I think might be as easy to go to the bottom. Well, I'll go ahead and read this one again too, so it's just clear what I'm trying to do. Based on the current water rate resolution, water charges and service charges, SNWA's current charge and rates related to BC, and the following water charge and service charge revenues are estimated. The tables in the next two slides show the different categories of water users, what water they use, an estimated amount of water to be used by each group in fiscal year 23, and an estimated amount of revenue from each group. So what I'm trying to do is relate what we're collecting, what revenues we're estimating towards that $11 million, and that we have to pay for the $5 million for water and charges from SNWA. So the easy way is to now go down to the bottom, and you can see the total water charge of $7 million. You have the, so let's just go through the columns, I guess, quickly. We've got the groups of water that the people are doing. We have the water. We have the amount that is estimated to be collected from each group. We have the amount of cost per gallon or tiers is the best information I have. And then the estimated water that is broken down from the information I was able to get from city data, that is how it would break out per category. And that is what I believe it adds up to the same amount of water that my understanding was used for the estimate for the fiscal year 23 budget. Then when you go over to the far column, you have the current, this is what I understand to be the current accounts, so water accounts, and then how much is being collected by each group, and what is the total amount for service charge. If you take the Boulder City portion and the SNWA, that would be the amount that would be collected. And then if you add $255,600 to the bottom, so you take the 7 million, the 2.2 million, the 1.3, and 255,600, you come up close to the $11 million. So that's my understanding of where the estimated. Okay, so on the very bottom, you see the 7 million under the budget for revenues. Okay, then you go to, go over to the second to last column of the service charge, 2.2. And then you go to the last column of 1.3. And then you add the $255,600 that was, it's part of the 11 million in the rate brochure, the budget brochure. That's what is the charge for service. It's what makes up most of the $11 million.
Could you tell us what that I don't even see it, 55,000?
It's not in here, and I didn't put in, actually, see, I have it in another, it's the hookup fee, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Ratzi. It's the water hookup fees.
All right.
So that's what was estimated for this year.
How much is the
Thank you.
hookup fee?
$255,600. And thank you for that, the water hookup fees.
So those four numbers add up to the 11 million.
Not quite, but it's an estimated that I can back into. But I believe that's what is one way to look at this charge of services. So really quickly too on this, we'll start, the next one will be easier. As you see that inside on the top, you'll see the 10,867 acre feet. And that is a total amount of energy, total amount of water estimated. And they're estimating that 10% is lost in potable and 10% is lost in raw, if I understand correctly. And so the demand that is associated with the below is the 9,780.6 acre feet. So that converts to your 3.2 billion gallons of water. So if you look on top, you'll see it, and look on the bottom. So each category is broken out based on information that Raftillis had broken out. And so
What were you on?
I'm still on the main table. So if you go to the very top left of the table, you see the 10,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I just went over. I apologize. And then just as we'll go through I think it is good to understand that how the water categories are broken out. and Josh has pointed that out in his dashboard, so thank you. So then you see that the revenue that is estimated, the amount of the 4 tiers that's what I showed you earlier. So instead of showing that amount, you have to estimate it per tier. So that's why I showed the 4 tiers instead of an actual dollar amount. And that had to be done separately to figure out, there was a certain amount of water for each tier and added up to this total amount and added up to the revenue. But if you look at that, and as we go through later, you can sort of see where some of the revenue comes from, and we'll go into that more. Then you go over and you see the accounts to the right as we're going over fiscal 3 accounts. And then you got the service charge and the SNWA charge. So the BC portion and the SNWA charge. So like I said, there's a lot there, but I think that's a good starting point to try to understand some of the different components that need to be understood to look at the rate process. Okay, so now going to the next slide. So this is what I did is, again, this is my concept. So if you were trying to understand what money went towards the $5 million, then you would look at that the wholesale would go towards the $5 million, and then some of the revenue would make the rest of that up, and then you would have the retail that would go towards additional needs for the city. So what I was just trying to do is show that this is what you could expect, an estimated amount based on fiscal year 23 budget. This is what we'd expect for the wholesale to be, and this is what we'd expect the retail to be, and that makes up the $7 million that I had on the previous slide. So at the very bottom of that table, you see the 7 million, and on the far right of the table, you see the first 3.2 million is the wholesale, and the 3.8 of the retail. So it makes up your water charge. Is there any questions on that?
So the total water charge for wholesale and the total water charge for retail is your 7 million?
Correct.
Okay.
I do have a question, Larry.
Go ahead, Aiden.
The budget estimates that we're going to purchase $5 million worth of water from SNWA, correct?
No, actually what that says is that's the amount we have to pay SNWA for water and their charges.
Okay, so that
includes-
adds the
Yeah, that's why I was trying to go there.
ERPAC charges
Yes,
and the expansion debt service.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
And it also include losses, water losses, so which is not included in. So if you look at this one, I tried to break it out a little differently. So the water was based on the 10,867,000, but your revenue is going to be based on 9,780. And so you still have 10% of losses that have to be collected, the way I understand it. So we'll get into that a little bit more. Does that cover your question, Eileen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So then this is just my way of looking at things. This is not saying that these are the different, to me, this makes sense of way of looking at it in different buckets. And so what I'm trying to show with this one is that it's another way to sort of start reviewing it as a cost of service. If you look at the potable water, what I understand was estimated was 2.6 for potable water, and we would be collecting 2.2. Part of that, and most of the difference then, I believe, is the losses. So you have 10% loss you have to collect from. So the 10% loss is not what the users use, it's just loss. But again, we can look at that to make sure if I misunderstood anything. Same thing with the raw water. I believe it's being projected to be 1 million, and I'm only estimating 940,000 because of losses. Then you have the expansion debt, you have the IPAC, and then you have the. What I'm understanding from the numbers that I could find is that we collect 1.3 for the S&W part of the surcharge. And so being that, then we would collect, you're a couple $1,000s short of collecting for the expansion and the IPAC. So that would be collected from the rest of the funds. So that, what I was trying to do here was compare the 5 million and the 4.5 of what we would collect related to that. Just sort of, again, sort of looking at categories and understanding. So what I did is I broke it out to a little bit more, I think in the budget process, understanding the maintenance, personnel, technical, professional, supply, and other. That is compared to just operations. And some of these help to understand what you're collecting towards. So the service charge is being collected towards that. The potable revenue is being collected to accompany that and anything else, and then your hookup fees can be covered. So that's where the hookup fees is at. So I've got the expenses on the left, the revenues on the right. And then what I've done is just to sort of say, here's what we're looking at. With this year, if you looked at the brochure budget, you'll see that there's estimated $1 million infrastructure tax. So since we don't have, I'll get down to it, but if you look at the very bottom, you'll see that we have $4 million in capital expenses, and we have $3.9 million to go towards those capital expenses. So we only have $95,000 of capital expenses this year. So a thought would be, just as an idea, if things went forward, is you would take the infrastructure tax and apply it to the debt service. So you wouldn't necessarily, if you were looking at it to go forward in another rate process, you wouldn't necessarily have to collect that much money for the debt. It's just, I was trying to get thought-provoking ideas. So if you take the revenue from the potable, which is, you get a large amount of revenue from Cascada, and a certain amount from the commercial, the raw, I thought a way to look at it and to categorize it and look at a cost of service is that money could go against the raw debt service. So that's what this table is trying to get across. Okay, so in the process of, with the categories and looking at the different tables and stuff that we've done, the way that it fell out for me was that out of the 3.2 billion gallons of water, only 1.6 is actually charged the retail rates for potable, for residential and commercial. Then you have all the raw water is charged a commercial rate, so you have to collect wholesale and raw retail, of course, there. And then you get a large portion from Cascada from their raw. But the other thing is you've got 1.2 million acre feet of 2 billion gallons of water, 2.2 billion gallons of water that are only charged the wholesale. So you can see that it's just about half of the potable water is what is charged, makes up the infrastructure cost, makes up is what is collected to make up most of the expenses.
Could you explain that again? Thank you. So, I was almost there.
Okay, maybe if we go back to, let me go back. Let's go try this wholesale. So slide 14, let me make sure I got the right slide.
So clarify exactly what the wholesale is, when you said you can only be charged wholesale, what is that again referred to?
Okay, I think if we go back to slide 14, so back to slide 14. And so what you're doing is, I think this one works a little bit easier. So if you look at the city, and you got potable and raw, and on the very top, so on slide 14, your first left hand is potable, raw, then it got city for wholesale and retail. Mm-hmm. So the city only pays wholesale. There is no retail associated with that. Okay. And then if we go to the other back one more to slide 13, you would see the water that was associated with that. So it's something you might want to look at later. I should have tried to, I think in one slide I was trying to break it out, but I was trying to minimize, trying to reduce some of the slides I had. So, but if you look at it, you'll see that you've got so that is the city potable golf course and the city potable, other is what that is made up of. And then you have the city, city raw golf course and the city raw other. So those are just paid, collected straight off the S&W charge, and there's no other revenue collected from that.
Okay, are you gonna get to where this wholesale comes in at some point there? Is that part of the wholesale on this thing, or is that?
Okay, so make sure I'm saying, okay, make sure I'm sorry. So the wholesale, let's go back to slide 13. So when you go, you start off and go to the third column over, fiscal 23 rates cost per 1,000 gallons.
Right.
Okay, so it starts at the city potable, and 1.1048 is the wholesale charge for that potable.
Okay.
And so anytime you see that, so then you'll see the one for the other potable, then the raw is 0.8347, and that's broken out of, so the 1.1048 is the division of the gallons per acre feet for $360 per acre foot, and the 0.3 is the division of the $272 per acre foot. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's starting to, yeah.
Okay. So again, okay, let's go back, sorry, just to make sure, it's totally. I messed up. Did I? No, I need to go back to, 10. Okay. And I think I froze it. 10, thank you. So see the S&WA water, see they're in bolded 360 and 272 on slide 10. And then you've got the $1.1048 and the 83.47 is the calculation based on the gallons per acre foot. Then you take it, so this is what I was trying to get across, is that, so then you take the slide on 13, and you got all those different categories, and out of those different categories, you've got some that just pay wholesale, and you've got some that pay wholesale and retail. And basically, they're paying a retail, but you've got to realize you're paying a wholesale. You're collecting a wholesale to cover that $5 million of water, of purchase of water and the charges. So I was on, okay, so do you want to stay on those slides, or do you want me to go back to the other slide?
I think go back where you were, I think would be good.
Okay. Okay, so that's where I was trying to get at. So on the slide, you see the 3.187030 on these previous slides in several areas. Like, so maybe I should have done that first. Okay, on slide 13, so let me just go back to 13. Thank you, Holly. Okay, so you see on the very bottom, you see the 7 million, and then you see the 1,000 gallons, and then right next to that is the 3.187,002. So that's the number, and I apologize, that's what I should have been making sure that's the number I'm starting with, is out of that. That's the amount of water that was estimated for demand for what they believe they would pay for and also collect revenues off of. The easier thing is to say this is what they think they're going to collect revenues from.
Okay.
And so out of that $3 billion, you're going to collect, some of it's only wholesale and some of it is retail. But actually only half of the potable is being charged retail. The other half is just wholesale. That's what I'm trying to get at. So when we're collecting all the money for infrastructure and everything else, it's only by the residential and commercial potable. We have some commercial raw and some other ones, but most of the revenue for like the O&M stuff is being collected from the residential potable and commercial potable.
So is the city the only one that pays the wholesale rate for the water they use?
Correct, but the city has the golf courses also.
Okay, but that's basically city water that's what
Right,
you're talking
right.
about. Okay, yeah. All right, that helps.
And so I'm just trying to point out what the different categories are and how we're collecting the money. Okay, so is that, clear as mud now?
That's, you
Hopefully
got it.
clearer. Okay, so anything else I can do with that slide? Uh-oh. Okay, anything else on that slide? So do you understand what the raw water is confusing, I apologize for that, but I wanted to make sure that there is some retail collected from raw water also. And I would hope that water would be used to go against the debt, that revenue would go against the raw water debt. Okay, so the next one, I'll go ahead and read this, I apologize. I'm trying to get explaining what I did to estimate a possible water reduction in the future. So we know that we're gonna have water reduction, and we're hoping that from this point on, we're gonna use less water. So we have to take and assume that we're gonna have revenue losses from that also, and we need to understand, and we would have less in charges too, especially if we reduce the golf courses and stuff, we'd have less water to pay for. So what I'm trying to do is say that in the estimated 23 water demand, I made an assumption that the 3 golf courses, what I thought I heard in some of the some of the presentations that have been presented to us in the last year or so, was that, or last couple months actually, is that the golf courses were close to the 6.3 acre feet of water right now. So again, it's just an assumption. So this is just a place to start. And so all I'm doing is saying that if we make that assumption, then I would start with the fiscal year 23 water and then reduce the golf courses, all 3 golf courses, from the 6.3 to the 4, which is a 36.51 reduction.
Is that 6.3, is that where they are now, and they're still gonna go forward and remove turf, so it's gonna go lower than that?
No, that is the SNWA mandate that the
Okay.
golf courses have to go from 6.3. So if I'll read it to see if it's any cleaner, it's from the 6.3 acre feet of irrigated acreage to the 4 acre feet of irrigated acres. Does that make sense? So it's going from 6.3 acre feet per irrigated acre to 4 acre feet per irrigated acre. And I believe that's per year. Is that correct, Joe? Do you know?
Yes, it's per year. And just to clarify, I understand the assumption. I think Boulder Creek is close to that amount. Cascada and the municipal golf course are not able to meet the current water budget of 6.3.
Okay. So, but it's a place to start, 'cause.
Correct.
And that's just, it's an assumption, is all I'm doing. But thank you for the clarification. So then, taking that then, I'm sorry, go ahead. Question? Okay. So then what I did is I used the fiscal year 20 water, because that was before 20, it wasn't as high, it was actually lower than 19 and not as high as 21. So I used that water as a starting point to say this is a lower water, so that I had some percentages I could work with, and I used that for most of the other water categories. So you have the 20, but also use that since people are already reducing water from 20, so your larger categories, your larger tier, people are using less water. So I used the most current information that I could get to try to get the best estimate of water based on fiscal year 20 and based on 23 for the golf courses. So that's what this slide is trying to say. Does that make sense? Okay, so what I'm trying to do is, then I will go to the next slide. So this is just the assumptions for the next slide. So what I'm saying is that we know we need to reduce water, and we're gonna reduce water. So by saying that, the estimates and stuff that I just showed you going in the back slides were based on the fiscal year 23 water budget. So the water numbers and water budget. So
6.3.
no, well, that's 6.3 is just a portion of it. But if you look at let's look at the $3.2 billion, that 3.2 billion gallons of water. That's what I'm saying. We're starting with that, and the golf course is related to that. Now, we know we want to get down. We want to do it. So if you look back to the 20, we can say we have been down, so we know we can do it, and we're probably hoping to reduce it more. So instead of using 23 budget as a starting point for residential, commercial, I used the 20-year budget water, actually 20-year actual water as a starting point. Okay? And then so does that make sense? Okay, let's go to the next slide and let's see if then I can sort of point it out. Hopefully that'll make it a little bit clearer. Okay, so if you look at, so the residential, you'll see that the very first, so on the left-hand slide, so what I've done is the X is a multiplication. So we're saying that estimated fiscal year 20 water times current rates. So here's what we're doing. The 7 million is what we are estimating to be collected from the water charge this year, and the amount of water that goes with that. Does that make sense? So that's what I've been trying to flow through up to this point.
That's the amount of water is the 3.187 million?
Yes. Okay, so then let's go over to the next one, then I'll sort of go down and make sure that some of the extra information there makes sense. So then what I did is say, okay, to try to get an understanding of what we might expect in water and revenues, then this is just a purely hypothetical, not saying this is gonna happen or we're suggesting it doing it, this is just a pure hypothetical aspect, but be using the best numbers I can. I said, okay, let's use a reduced estimate water times current rates. Again, not estimating any rates, just saying if we have the same amount of whatever the same, but we have reduced water, what does it look like? So then if you look at the left-hand table and you go to residential potable and you look under users, you see 938,654. Do you see that?
Yes.
Then you go over to the right-hand table, residential potable, and you see 865,147. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at going down the line, that's the thing. So the 938 is based on the 3 million, or is part of the 3 billion at the very bottom, 3,187. The 865 is based on the 2.6. So as you go, so the top portion, the residential potable, the residential multiple, the two aspects of the residential and the commercial potable are based on the fiscal year 23 water. So you'll see so we're going from 1.55 to 1.43 billion gallons. So if you see the first bolded numbers.
Those are from the FY 2020 numbers?
The 1.5 is from 23.
Yeah.
The 1.4 or 1,432,000,000 is from an estimate that I'm just making assumptions on. Does that make sense?
Then what was all the information about the FY 20 demand?
Okay, so then now you go to the golf course potable, and you see the 361,162 in the left-hand side, and then you see the 229,301 on the right-hand side.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm talking about. I took that from the 23, and I reduced it by 36.5%.
Mm-hmm.
So that theoretically, from everything I can understand, that would take it from 6.3 acre feet per acre to the 4,000, to the 4 acre feet.
Okay.
So all the golf courses will be reduced, and then the commercial raw and Cascada potable were based on the fiscal year 20. So that's where the combination went from. Go ahead, Andy.
Larry, just, the one thing is just keep beating my head against the wall on it. You used 20. What prompted you to use 20? Because it was closest to the numbers we're trying to reach?
Yes, that's, at least there's numbers that I could get percentages from, I could sort of get an idea. For instance, the 865 was based on 20, or otherwise I would have been sort of shooting in the air. At
So-
least I had some number to sort of grasp.
So my question with that is, what was the environment like at that particular time? I mean, that's, how we use water has a lot to do with the temperature, the temperatures, whatever's going on in the world at that time, you know?
Yeah, unfortunately, that I didn't use that variable as much, but if you think about it, I believe we were starting, 19, we were starting to go down, and then 20, we didn't hit COVID until mid-year, well, not mid-year, we hit COVID in March, but I think we still were going down, and then COVID, we went up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And so now we should be going down. So 20 was one I could figure on, and it's just a placeholder. It's just a number I could grab.
Okay,
And it
okay.
seemed reasonable.
That's fine, okay, thank you.
So that was the best number I could say that it was trying to keep apples and apples to say this is something reasonable that we could assume would happen. And then so if you look at the very bottom, you can see that, so this 3 billion gallons is based on 9.7. And with, if my assumption is anywhere close, we would be around 7.9, almost 8 acre feet, but it's a pretty good reduction. And I think that it's actually, I think it's close to 18%, I think, because of overall reduction. But there again, it's just an assumption, but you see that the revenue is greatly reduced, but your purchase of water is reduced also. So you're right, on the left-hand side, the purchase of water is 4.9, on the right-hand side is 4.3. So theoretically, you would need to collect less, you would collect about 600,000, almost 600,000 less in water, in revenues for the water purchase itself. So there's several variables, and that's what I'm trying to point out. There's so many variables to understand here, but that's what this is trying to do, is trying to keep somewhat at apples and apples the best I could, but here is how the residential commercial works with potable and raw. Here's what happened in 23. Here's an estimated water going forward. This could happen next year, most likely not. It could happen within 5 years, but my understanding is everybody's trying to shoot to go down. This is a way to look at less revenue and less water. As you can also see, though, you see that this is where it brings into fact more, is that you've got the wholesale and SNWA costs. So on the very top, I included the SNWA charge of 1.3, so you can get at what you would be trying to collect for the purchase of water. So on the very top of both slides, you see SNWA charge of $1.3 million. So that is incorporated in the 4.9 and the 4.3. So, but you also see that we have wholesale that we have to collect, and then we have you can sort of see where the losses have to be collected for. And then you go down and see that we have a certain amount of you got a certain amount of water retail, and you've got, that includes, because that should be said potable. And then you've got Cascada potable, and you have raw water retail. But you'll see there's a reduction. So you've got total of retail would be 3.8 under the current scenario. Using the same rates, we would be down to 3.2. But at the same time, we only need to collect 600,000 less also for the purchase of water. So there's a lot of information here. I did my best to try to make it understandable, but there's still probably a lot of things to work with. But I'm trying to understand too, try to make it so what you're looking at, what you would be looking at a piece for cost of service and stuff like that. There's a lot of variables that you should take into consideration when you're looking at cost of service, not just necessarily percentages. Just say, okay, throw a percentage at it and go forward. And that's, I think, a big portion of what I'm trying to do.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Andy.
Is there any growth? Are you compensating here at all for growth?
No, because these two are just.
This is static.
This is static. Right now, this is
Yeah,
just.
okay, I just
this
wanna
is
make
just-
sure.
Yeah. No, this is just saying if we're pretty much using what we currently have, this is what we would look at.
Okay. I guess the other question I had was, oh, there it is, okay, thank you. Yep, it is. Well, no, never mind. Go ahead, Larry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, good. Okay. So is there anything else I can explain on this table to make it any clearer?
I think it is very complicated, but it does make sense.
Larry?
A
Yes.
lot of work.
If I understand this correctly, what this is trying to show that while we have if we reduce revenue by reducing sales, we will also be reducing our cost for water. So you have to take that into account.
Correct. It's just different elements, so it's not as easy as that, but it's a component to understand.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
But thank you. Yeah.
And this is just for water charges, not for the service charges?
Correct. This is just water charges.
Okay.
Yeah, you have this S&WA charge to make the purchase of water whole, because the purchase of water includes S&WA charges.
Correct.
So part of the service charge is included in the 4, but not included in the 7 million on the very bottom.
And Larry, we'd also have to figure out, or add into this a little bit, what it would cost, for example, to get from, I'm just going to the golf course, from 6.3 down to 4, right?
Actually, that's the city's responsibility. That is not the utility's responsibility.
Okay.
Am I missing anything, Joe?
No, that's correct, and I think the estimate is 6.5 million. Various funding sources. There's turf reduction rebates is one, in rebate form. There's some ARPA funding, new irrigation, and then just one thing to kind of keep in mind with this as we move forward, we are looking at raw as an irrigation source for the city golf course. So as part of kind of a reconstruction redesign that involves a lot of turf removal, irrigation redesign would involve utilization of raw. And then another thing to kind of keep in mind, we haven't discussed it yet, but I know Las Vegas Valley Water District is implementing it January 1st, 2023, and that's an excessive use charge for folks that use over 90%. So if we incorporated something like that into this type of model, it's also a way to recoup revenue. And that's based on quarter or your watering cycle, your watering clock cycle.
And I do have a slide related to that. It's not the same, but it's related to it.
Okay.
So we'll get to that, but.
What's the 9%? You reduce over 9%.
So they implemented an excessive use charge, and that's for folks that use over 90% of the rest of the residential users. So if you're 91% to 100% in the use category, that's how they established the limits. And that was, let's see it's 14,000 gallons for winter, 16,000 gallons for spring, 28,000 gallons for summer, and 26,000 gallons for fall.
There's an article in today's paper about explaining that.
In the RJ.
In the RJ, yeah, about what the plan for SNWA to do.
So we do, but to make it clear, Boulder City has not enacted that yet. That's just that's just LV so far?
Yeah, so that's
Las Vegas Valley?
Yep, Southern Nevada Water Authority is the authority. They have Las Vegas Valley Water District, that there's two separate entities. But the water district's implementing that January 1st.
Of
2023?
23,
Yep.
okay.
And it is on one of our goals to evaluate, to get us to 86 gallons per capita. Is something to evaluate, but we do our own rate setting and that sort of thing.
Yes, so definitely take it into, and we can work with, some of the slides coming up will be a possibility of something like that. So it's working through that.
So if the city switches the Muni course over to raw water, that would reduce our income even more because they'd be paying the raw wholesale rate instead of the potable wholesale rate.
It wouldn't reduce the income, it would reduce actually would reduce the, expense. Because that's, they're paying wholesale only, there is no retail. And so that's what I'm saying, retail, it's not a term the city, I believe, uses, so, but that's what that's the way I could break it out, was retail. So there is no retail with golf courses, so it's no, income would not be lost, it would be less expense.
Okay.
Yeah, and then just to clarify your question, Ms. Wilkinson, on the cost, the $370 per acre foot, that's for potable, and then the 265 or what it is?
No, it's 260 for potable, and
Okay, 260 for potable.
272, 360 for potable, 272 for raw.
So that would be the
Okay.
difference,
Okay,
and that would
Yeah.
be the savings then.
so that would be a significant savings for the city.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep, so it's a savings and there's no revenue associated with it, so that's why I think a lot of us have pointed out that the money for the more the golf course reduces, it benefits the city overall. If the citizens reduce a large amount, which we need to do our part, we lose revenue. So that it's a double-edged sword. So we have to be careful, and that's some of the things I'm trying to work with here to also. Greg?
That was one of the comments I had 18 months ago. We'd have saved that much money at raw water at the golf course, muni versus residential, but then because the other thing that's something that's not a sidebar, but we gotta look at our storage capacity for the town. If we got storage capacity maxed out at, potable water, because we're watering a golf course, okay, we can save that water for the citizens as potable, and then reinstate the other tank for raw.
Yeah, and this is the type of stuff that we can talk about later, so that's a good point, because,
But this is a basis for this discussion.
yes, yeah.
On that same line, because this part's completely new to me. If it's swapped over to raw, would turf have to still come out?
Oh, yeah.
So in order to meet the water budget, yeah, turf needs to come out, irrigation needs to be replaced. The raw is separate from that. It's just the ideal time to do the conversion when that takes place.
Okay, now, the reason I'm asking is because Muni is one of those places you go to golf at a lush, nice green golf course. And I've seen so many golf courses go to the wayside once they started to do the target shots. And I just, that's something I'm considering. That's a good source of income for the town. But if you make it not as desirable as it currently is, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot.
Yep.
But that's other people's decision, I get that, but it was just something that passed over my head.
Yeah, unfortunately, as Joe was, this is a mandate, the golf course is a mandate from SNWA, that's where the 6.3 to 4 is.
One question I have, and you may not have the answer off the top of your head, but how many years do we have left to pay off the debt on the raw water line?
I do not have that
Okay.
readily available.
That's all right.
It's a 2032
Oh, is it?
or less, depending on how it's paid off, but
Okay,
it's,
thank you,
I think
Larry.
it was intended to be 2032, but it could be done as early as 2029, depending on the calculations of the table.
Okay, so that's a few years out there, so I thought that might be a little more, something we could look at, but it's a little ways out there still.
Yeah, it'll be reduced but should be reduced each year, but that's another thing, but it's a major component that I'll bring up
Okay.
as we need to understand for the rate process, so it's another element we have to look at. Okay, so let me go, so we'll go forward, so thank you, Holly. So we'll go to slide 19. Okay, so then, these are just some thoughts that for revenue rate issues. So we have I believe there's at least 4 issues that we want to consider going forward. Modifying residential Schedule B calculations. So we've looked at this over the years. Actually, it was in 21. When the committee looked at that, we had questions about it. And so I believe it's being looked at a little more closely. There was I've got some information on it that I'll show in the coming slides and the way that it might be looked at. But if there's a good chance there'll be a reduction in that, and we'll have to compensate for the reduction. Possible reduction in large meter charges. Again, when we talked in 21, we said, okay, I think we all could agree that $10 across the board was a good reduction, but some of these some of the charges were pretty high, and in the next slide, I'll show you give you a little bit of example of the changes. And so it was something we should at least look at. The reduction of Cascada raw retail revenue due to the reduction from 6.3 acre feet to 4. That's going to be 36.5% reduction. And right now, the contract's pretty lucrative, and we're going to lose a good chunk of that money. So we'll have less, the way I would look at it, we'd have less money going towards the debt, towards the raw debt. That's just one way to look at it, but, I'll show you that too. And then increasing in tiers, I think if we've mentioned it in other times, and I have slides going forward to show that if we change the tiers a little bit, and look at how to put in some conservation measures, and what we have to cover, that's something else we wanna look at going forward. So the first one that we can talk about is the modification to the Schedule B. So if from the information I received, then right now all the users get charged the $27, the lowest service charge. So you have this 1,734. So what you have is that if you look in this table, 1, 2, 3, fourth column over, you see users and meters. On the top line, you have 1,734, and the bottom line right under that is 174. So the information I have is that the 1,734 is the users, the actual meters is 174. So each user is being charged the $27 right now, 27 and some odd cents. So that is charging for the BC portion and the SNWA portion. Again, so that's a lot higher than the 750 that was established, that was carried forward all the way through 2016, and then in 16 it was changed. So that was the reason I brought that resolution up, because it showed up through 16, or January of 16, I should say. So maybe not through, but up to 2016, it was $7.50 per residential user, and it was clear it was per residential unit. But now with the new resolution, it's not as clear as everything, and it is charged a lot more. But I think you could make a good argument that we are being charged from SNWA a specific amount. So all the users, it wouldn't be hard to say that all the users should pay the SNWA charge. So if we charged the 1,074 users the $12.42, but only charged the meters the proper meter size amount, then that would be, I think, more of an equitable way to look at that resolution, or that Schedule B, residential Schedule B. So there again, this is just a way to look at it. So currently, with the numbers I have, we are theoretically collecting $315,000 for the Boulder City portion. And if we were to go with just the rates of the various meters, it would be $92,550. So, but if you collected the SNWA, you wouldn't lose that money, you would still retain that money, so you would have a loss of $222,000. So that is just one way to look at it, at a way to, if we modified it and said, okay, we're only charging the units for the SNWA, and then we're gonna charge the meters. Is there anything, questions on that?
I kind of like that thinking. I think it was Greg that had brought it up a couple of years ago about them being essentially overcharged. And this is a good compromise as far as charging them the SNWA portion, which we have to pay, but cutting out the Boulder City portion.
No, thank you. No, and the presentation I've taken as everybody's suggestions that we've had in the meetings and stuff, and tried to incorporate things the best I can. Okay, so then.
So hold on, 174, the 174 multimeter sizes, you're talking about the units that have 1 meter and possibly 4 users off of it?
Well, but what you have, so this, the clarification is that in that 1,734, that's mobile homes, that's RV parks, so you've got several places that have 1 meter and they have 100 different units. So that's where things are getting a little bit
So in
complicated.
that particular case, you have 100 users, but only 1 meter charge, is that what you're saying?
Correct. So that, but right now, they're, all the 100 people are being charged $27, not the meter charge.
And what's wrong with that?
Because you've got, what would, that's the thing, you need to look at the service charge.
But they're users of the water.
That's where I would suggest,
If I'm a user, you're a user, I should get $27, right?
but no,
But if
no,
you got 1 meter out there and serves all,
okay, well, you have
you're only
a,
paying 1 meter charge, is that what you're saying?
you have a water charge for the amount of water you use, and we have a service charge.
Yes.
So the service charge is based on section H of the resolution, and it has specific information that I haven't, sorry, memorized. But they're trying to say, basically, I believe they're trying to collect for the meter and the collection of billing of the meter, and the SNWA
But
charge.
That's what it, that's, in theory, that's what it takes to run the system.
No, it,
$27 should be running, paying for the maintenance and all those things, correct?
okay, we gotta, that's the maintenance of the meter, not the maintenance of the.
Okay, that's what we need, that's where I wanna get this breakdown, cause, I mean, if it's just a user as a user, and that service charge includes all the basic rates of the utility, then that should be charged to everybody that's using it. But if it's a different approach, that's why I wanna see, I'd like to see a breakdown of, I think in the future, we need to have a breakdown of where all that money's going, so we can make this determination more equitable.
I agree, but I think that's the thing, is the service charge. But the other thing we want to consider is that if we're going to be charging more for conservation, we don't want to charge a large service fee and a large money for conservation at the same time.
Why not?
Because it should be at cost. We should be at cost. And the conservation fee is not at cost.
We're not gonna charge anybody for the water.
No, I'll show you,
Then again,
in the coming up slides, you'll see that it's a
All right, but
it's a
that's the
pretty
next
hefty
question
cost.
is, what does the water sales, where does that money go to?
Well, that's what I've been trying to show all along, is I'm trying to show the different areas
Okay,
and
well,
stuff
that's what I
that
wanna
we've been.
see, cause I think we need to, the service charges in my mind go to maintenance and, labor and all those costs. And then the water charge, what's paying for capital costs, I guess is what it comes down to.
Right.
Where's the
that-
capital improvements getting funded?
And that's where we're at to get at. So again, I apologize, I didn't mean to get defensive. If I got
No,
defensive, I
no,
didn't.
no, you're not. I just want-
Basically, we're trying, that's what I'm doing this, is to get conversation
I
started,
think it'd be a lot
discussion.
simpler if we break down what the service charges go to and what various, how the monies get distributed or where they get funded from. And I'm thinking if we understand that, it'd help us understand this a little bit better.
Okay, let me just go back real quick then. Holly, can you take me back to 10? Okay, sorry, a little bit, I'll go forward from that point. Okay, no, this slide 15, is that correct? Okay, slide 15 is what I was trying to get at with your, what you're looking for. So if you take, look at, okay, go to maintenance and equipment, and it's not that it's going against maintenance equipment, it's just a placeholder that I put it against. So on the right-hand side, estimated revenue, you go down, so you'll see the first bold, $4.5 million, $4,565,000 in bold, and then right under that, you have 2.2 million is what I can estimate is the BC portion of the service charge. So that's the portion that would go towards O&M and possibly future capital. If you're trying to, but the intent was that you would replace the meter, but if you're collecting this every month, you've got to figure out how much money you're collecting and what it's going toward. But you got to remember that these meters is being collected every month, this amount. Then you've got the potable revenue that's going towards O&M, the hookups, and in this case, in water, you have $1 million that can go towards capital or other things. infrastructure, so there's this money. But yes, that's why I'm gonna get to it. We need to understand the next 3 to 5 years, so we understand what money we're looking towards. And we need to understand what we should be collecting in the water charge and what we should be collecting in the service charge, that we need to look at that and try to get, if we can sort of break it out into a nice cost of service instead. But that's what this whole thing's about, is to try to get the breakout, trying to understand where we're at and what elements we need to understand, what elements we could possibly change or ask for, advice for. That's what this is about. Does that make sense? Does that help any?
Yeah, and just to kind of jump in on H that you're referencing, Chairman Carr, on the additional charges, the way the resolution reads, it's expenditures that influence this charge include but are not limited to system replacement costs, service and mainline maintenance, infrastructure, and other related charges from the Southern Nevada Water Authority, and administrative costs.
Right. So, I guess what I was looking at was that most of the charges in Boulder City portion was associated with the meter and the line around the meter. And so that is less cost than a major infrastructure. And the billing cost then would be, you want to pay 100%. So if you go to the funding 60 UT admin billing, the 317,000. Do you see that on the slide 15? Do you see that, Howard? Yeah. Okay, and everybody else, sorry. That is it'd be one of the things I would say you want to collect that 100% under the service charge. So again, I didn't want to get too much in the weeds this time to go into all that detail, but that's where I wanted people to look at, and hopefully I would show you my intent, and if you look through this in more detail, that's why there's so much detail in this presentation, is that future you can take it and say, okay, maybe we can work with it and you can understand it better. But I totally agree, Howard, it's a matter of what we need to collect from the service charge. Right. So the more we understand what we want to collect related to the meter and what we want to collect from the user. So this was just a way to say, if we collected from the user the SNWA charge, and that's infrastructure charge that you read, Joe, then that's the $12 at this point. Then the meter then would be collected by the one meter. All the revenue would be collected by the one meter. The user's still going to pay that because it's going to be in their fee, but it's not every user's paying for it, the meter fee. So that would be similar to what a residential person is paying now compared to what the other ones are. That's what a lot of us felt.
Keep on going, but I want to understand more of where the monies are coming and going to.
And that's fine. Like I said, these are just a way to look at it. I'm not saying they're not even really an option. They're just a way to look at things, and then maybe we could look at options in the future if the committee thinks this is something to go forward to. It's just a hopefully being thought-provoking is what I'm trying to do. Okay, then I guess you want to go forward. You probably can do it faster than I can to 21. Thank you very much, Holly. So again, let me just read a few of the changes here. So I base this on not just personal aspect from what I thought I understood the committee had been stating, is that the large meters have gotten pretty excessively high. So what happened was in 2008, and if I'm understanding correctly, 2008 was before SNWA started charging us the infrastructure charge. So at that time, the service charge for a 6-inch line, so if you want to go down to the 6-inch line in this column, you'll see on the left-hand side, you'll see 6 inches under the non-residential. And so currently we're charging, that's 1,140, that's just the Boulder City portion. That's not SNWA, that's just the Boulder City portion. So in 2008, that was $399, basically $400. Then in 2014, so in 2012, we had the contract with SNWA that said, okay, now we're going to pay. We had a contract in 1995, and that's been amended over for continuing. But now we have another contract that says, okay, now we need other infrastructure costs, and we do certain things, and this is what my understanding is we're being charged based in lieu of. That's the $1.2 million a year. And so in 2014, the service charge was increased to $524 for a 6-inch line. In 2016, then we had, there was a larger increase. And so I probably, I apologize, I didn't get that resource done, but I'm pretty sure that's where it went to 1.2, I think, was in 2016. So, and that makes sense, because we haven't changed in several years for the infrastructure costs at SNWA. So it went from $524 to $772. So if you look at the resolution in 2016, you started in 2016 with a cost that went up, and then it went up 3 more times in that resolution. So from 2016 to the changes in 2019, you went from $772 to $1,401 a month. This is a month that they're being charged. And if you also look in that category, that 20, you only have 20 accounts, but that's still 20 people paying that amount. And so that was, if you go from 2008 to 2019, that was 2.8 times the amount for just the Boulder City portion, and 2.8 or 289% increase. And that's the reason I think a lot of us thought we should at least look at it and see, okay, because what happened was, this is another reason I'm looking at this I wanted to do this presentation, is because it was increased by percentage and not really what do we need. It's like, okay, we're just going to increase all the rates by a certain percentage and go forward. So that's why I'm really pushing hard on this. So what happened is that the reason I picked 17% is 17% was the last increase we had. And so if you said, okay, that yes, maybe we did put too much, increase it by too much, we just take the last increase out and we start there. If we don't have a good understanding of exactly what we have to collect, then that's a way to look at it. And that was my thought. So if you take the reduction in the meter and the modification to the Schedule B rate, you go down to the very bottom and you'll see this $391,795. That would be the amount of reduction you would have in the service charge. So you would get that amount of reduction. But that was my thought process. Again, just to start a process to be thinking about charges. Any thoughts on that? Okay. So then the next one is the reduction of Cascada water retail revenues due to the reduction from 6.3 acre feet per irrigated acre to 4 acre feet per irrigated acre. And so, you're gonna have a 36.5% reduction, 36.5% reduction in revenues. So you're gonna have a little bit less water cost, but you're gonna have a major reduction. So it doesn't offset that well.
And so this takes that into account. The numbers you have here takes into account the fact that not only we're basically reducing the amount of water that they're using, but the cost difference.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So Andy too, if you look at it, hopefully this is the 23 compared to the 20 type thing.
Yeah. Okay.
So the 308, 572 gallons per 1,000 gallons. Then you have the 195. So that's taking fiscal year 23 estimate and dividing that, reducing it by 36%, right, okay. 36.5. So that's instead of taking 20 and going down, I use that. So you were saying Cascada was a little high, so it might have to even be reduced more than that amount of water, if I'm understanding correctly. So then in the bold, that's the amount that you would lose in the wholesale would be, so the wholesale, that's a you wouldn't be charged that either, but your retail, you would be losing $310,000. Greg?
Why is the estimated water for wholesale and retail the same gallonage?
Because so what I did is I estimated what it would be for the wholesale, and then the difference between the wholesale and what we would have collected was subtracted.
Okay, because I thought we had a baseline data for Cascada and one of the other charts.
Well, if you take, yes, and that should, the 23 estimate of revenue should be the exact same thing as the baseline. So if we go back to, slide, well, actually, probably slide,
I've got Cascada Raw on slide 13.
14, yeah, 14 I think shows a little bit easier.
Okay.
So if you go back to 14, Holly, I guess, just, yeah. So then you see the, Cascada, the, let's see, yeah, the raw as 257,576, and then the 850. So that should be the same as it is, in this, other chart. And that's based on the 3 billion gallons of water. And then when you go down to 2 billion gallons of water and their reduction, then you end up with that. So you go from 308. So if you go back to slide 13, sorry, if you go back, all right, yeah, slide 13. Thank you. Then that's where you get, Cascada has the 308 there. So you've got raw water, you've got the wholesale and the retail both charged the same amount. So I'm not sure make sure I'm mathematically explaining myself properly, but it's not double counting. It's saying that a certain portion of that is being charged the wholesale and you're getting retail from it.
No, what I'm trying to say is your water demand estimate for Cascada Portable is 634.6 potable, and then Cascada Raw is 308,572.
634 potable, yes. But so the potable,
But that's not what you're showing on the slide that's back
well,
there.
I'm not showing potable because it's just the raw water that we're really gaining.
No, you said potable on the Cascada thing.
Did I? Let me check and see I'm sorry. Okay, so slide,
Right here on slide 22, you're showing wholesale, retail. Retail, I'm assuming to be potable.
no, okay, on the top, no, what I'm saying is Costco raw. This is all based on Costco. If you look at the table and you see the header, and maybe it wasn't clear enough, but you see that in bold Costco raw?
Yeah, I'll accept it, but I'm saying your definition in the left-hand column says wholesale, retail. Retail to me is to be assumed potable water.
No, it's a retail, they have a contract for raw,
Okay,
and that's a contracted amount. So, in the future, I can make sure I clean that up, but it's a contracted amount for the raw.
Then what's the difference between the wholesale and retail? It doesn't make sense here.
Okay, the wholesale would be what you're gonna collect to pay off the $5 million in this year. In the future years, it would be 4 million and something. So you realize that, so it's not, you don't get in this case, it's 1 million, it's $1 million worth of revenue, but 257 of that goes to pay off what we pay Southern Nevada Water Authority. The rest in my mind, would go towards paying off the raw debt. That it can go anywhere it wants, the city can put it anywhere, but it's like, this is a revenue for raw that would hope to go help pay off the raw water line. Does that make sense? Howard?
I'm not seeing it on here. You have wholesale, I'm still trying to find out what
Okay,
wholesale, retail.
22.
So you just go through the numbers. Wholesale FY '23.
Okay, so if you want, okay, I'll go from left to right then. Wholesale, 308 is the amount of water that is being
Right.
estimated for Cascada this fiscal year,
Right.
for 23. Then that's the revenue that would be collected for the wholesale.
Yeah.
That has to be, that I would assume would go towards the $5 million of the water purchase for this year. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay, then the retail, so let's just go keep that square, the estimated, fiscal 23 estimated clear. Then the retail, you're gonna take 359, out of that 359, 83 cents, 83.47.
359, where's your 359?
359 is on page, that's the contract rate. So, sorry, again, Holly, can you take me back to slide 13? Okay, slide 13, go down to Cascada Raw, over column 3, so it says cost per 1,000 gallons. If I understand correctly, our current charge, the city's charge to Cascada under contract rate is $3.59 for raw, and by the way, $3.59 for potable. So what I'm trying to do is you take the 83.47 out of that 359. So if you just subtracted 83
So
from
you took the 308,572 times 359 for the
yes. So if you see the 1.1, and then you go down to you go over to slide 14.
13 or 14?
14. We'll go to the next slide. 14. Holly? Sorry. So then you see that that's where I've broken up the raw for wholesale and retail. Now, if you combine those together, they should add up to what you see on slide 13 as the 1,107,773. And so what I'm trying to do is say that you're out of that, you've got a profit of 850,000. You don't have a profit of $1 million, you have a profit of 850,000. Out of that 850,000, you're going to lose 300,000 with the reduction in water in that golf course.
Okay.
310,000. Does that make sense? So then let's go back. Okay, thank you. Go back to 32. Thank you very much, Holly. Then, as you go over, then in the fiscal year 52 estimate, or a future estimate, but just saying that, that's the best thing. You take the reduction of 36.5% from the 308 to the 195, you pay the wholesale amount there, and then we have a retail amount. So that's the difference between the 94 and the 310. The 94 is what you would lose in revenue, but you shouldn't also in wholesale, but you shouldn't be paying that either because you have that much less water to pay against. But you have retail that you've lost. So that's what that is trying to say. Yeah, I did a lot of sighing when I was doing this. Okay, is there anything else I can help with on that? So thank you. I greatly appreciate your time. I'm not quite done yet, but I do appreciate your time and your thing. But this has been a lot of hours for me to trying to get this squared away. So now I think the next slide is the one that, the next two slides are residential and commercial. So if we were to look at changing the rate structure, which is also sort of a cost of service concept, compared to just saying if we were going to increase the current rate structure by a percentage, and if we were going to collect similar revenue that we currently are doing, then this is a way to look at it. So so maybe I'll reverse this, but one way to look at it is that let's look at the right-hand side first. So the table on the right-hand side shows an increase to the current water rates to offset water loss revenue, any possible service charge reduction. So if you take almost the $4 million that we showed in the past slides for our service charge reduction, and you also take into consideration of some of the revenue that we would lose in the water, because the residential, the commercial is what we're collecting for. Right. So if we wanted to collect a similar revenue that we're collecting right now in fiscal year 23, that's the percentage I use to increase the right-hand side. So I went from the current one of, for instance, in residential, from 2.39 to $2.39 to $2.83, and then go down the line here. But I kept the tiers the same. And so that would be a way of doing it, and it's what we've done for several years now, several resolutions. a way to look at it, and again, taking into consideration what has been discussed in some of the meetings, a way to look at it, and this is just, if you take the numbers that were raised over on the right-hand side and sort of try to work with those numbers to figure out what would be fair on the left-hand side. What I tried to do is and this is the $1.90 is based on, again, an assumption of what O&M and possibly capital. So right now our capital is really low, so it's hard to say, but I believe that $1.90 actually does cover O&M, actually all the charges. So if everybody would pay that rate, you would collect really what you need. So that is a close to a cost rate. It's not, again, I used what I had, the information I had to make it, but that's at cost. So I think as what I've heard people say, and I looked at Henderson's, I looked at Vegas's, and I'm trying to figure out, okay, what were they using as starting numbers or the first tier? And so I tried to get something, again, this is just a starting of conversation, is that 5,000 acre feet seemed a reasonable compromise, that would be something that an average household would be just a normal use, not any, 5,000 gallons per month. Thank you. So then this one, so what I did is I also used the reduced water. So that was another reason to reduce the water. Because going forward, we know we're not going to have this high amount of water. So if you look at the very bottom of both tables, under Allen annual 1,000 gallons, you'll see the 865, 147. So this is the residential amount that I estimated could be a possible amount. So if you say, okay, then if you break that out to having the first two tiers closer to at cost, and you're saying, okay, there again, I did the best I could to sort of make something seem reasonable.
Excuse me, Larry, when you say at cost, you are including the cost of maintenance and employees and operations and maintenance?
Exactly.
Okay, not just the wholesale
Yeah,
cost of the water. Okay.
Thank you for the thing. But what it takes what the city needs to run the water portion of the utilities. Does that make sense too?
So now the service charge is hidden in the $1.90?
No, the service charge is separate. This is just a water charge. This is just water.
Okay.
So it's just a portion of the service, of the charges under service, but it's the water charge. So on this slide, what I did, so to make it clear, on the left-hand table, just read it through really quick. So the residential takes into consideration all the changes in SNWA increases from 2019 to 2024. Because in 24, they just raised, just this year, they took the percentage of increase from 4.5% to 7%. So there is a potential that they could go up 7% for fiscal year 24. So I just put it in as a possibility. So that would be, is if they raised it, then that would be the amount that we would have to pay plus that. That's, I think, $1.18 that would be charged just for wholesale. So the difference between $1.18 and $1.90, that helps, is that's the amount that you're gonna collect to cover all other expenses. And then you go up. So the first two tiers are based around that, and looking at the 283 on the right-hand side, saying, okay, if we went up, we'd be charging the first tier of 8,000 of gallons for $2.83. So the first two would be, the first tier of 5 would be 1.9, then the next 10, 5 through 15 would be $2.50. And then you go with another 10 at $3.15, and I tried to relate that to the 296. So I did go a little higher there, but the problem we've got is that, well, let me just go down the line and I'll show you another problem. So then I went and said, okay, then I'm going to jump to 20,000 gallons, and we're going to jump to $4. Then we're going to go to 15, and this is where things might, actually another 20. Originally we have 60, I went up to 65, so it's a nice even 20. We jump another $1, And then when over $6, the 65,000 gallons is $6.25. Now, so that's starting to address. It might not address the high extreme. We might have to go higher. We might even put another extreme in there. It's hard to say. But at least it's a discussion to talk about for how we would start looking at it. Now, the thing though, now you look at $6 and the $5, and we've got, if you also look, so the best I could understand is these are the estimates of water. You'll see that there's 74,000 gallons, or 74 million if you count it by the thousands of gallons, in the 25 through 45. And if you take the 45 to 65, there's another 75. But this is just an estimate based on the information I could get. This is a reasonable amount. And then the last one was 69. Well, you're most likely going to lose your 69, and you're collecting $432,000. So if you go too high, you will definitely lose that, and then your revenue. So then you have to increase everything else behind it. It can be another one. It's a double-edged sword. You're trying to do conservation, but you're also going to lose a lot of revenue because you're just going to price it out of the market.
You kind of call it a death spiral at that point, because the more you charge, the more people are going to drop out, and then it's just, where does it end? Everything, so.
Right. So it's just, so I guess this was just a thought process to say, okay, here's a way to look at the cost. We've done pretty much on the right-hand side. I would suggest we've had a lot of discussion. We've had discussion at different times to say, hey, the tier might not be a bad idea. Increase our tiers a little bit. So that's where this is. Andy?
Yeah, I missed something where we, on the left-hand table, you've got the first 5,000 per month, and then on the right-hand table, you got 8,000. Now, I understand that's the offset, but why was 8,000 picked?
Okay, 8,000 is what we currently have.
This is current, that's why you said they should have been back. I got you. Thank you.
Yep.
We're good.
I'd like to ask Joe what your thoughts are on this kind of a spread water conservation idea.
Yeah. Are you talking about the proposed, proposed tier on the left?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the idea of having a conservation tier that incentivizes folks to try to get to a value that's obtainable. I'm not particularly fond of, kind of going after families if they have a certain amount of people in their home that they can't get to. I like the idea of excessive use charge that that Las Vegas Valley Water District is using on a quarterly basis, because what we're going after here is the outdoor irrigation. That's and 90% of our usage in the summertime is that. So until we can get all of our indoor recycled, that's kind of where I'm leaning, where we would look at our current rate structure, freeze or go at. See, the problem that we have as rates are going up, but based on CPI and the 7%, if we lower them further, it's hard to justify that but if it's a conservation tier that's just small enough, and then it jumps up along with the excessive use, I think that could be explored.
So maybe a combination of a rate tiers like this plus an excessive use charge might be an idea.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And again, also by creating this, then you can work with different amounts of water and different revenue to figure out what will work. So it's like almost like a calculator. I can present it as a calculator to sort of put different amounts in there and figure out if you can get what you need or not. So it's not that hard to work with the situation.
I don't agree with some of that, because Boulder City has kind of a quality of life out here that's different than Las Vegas. We have limited growth. We have a community. Clean Green Boulder City it used to be called. And I think we still need to try to hang on to some of that. And like I've said before, we addressed this back in 1980 with the limited growth control, to reserve the resources that we had, and we've done well. And the fact that we have done that, we have limited our growth so we can preserve our resources, and we still have surplus water that we don't use, which Vegas is a totally different philosophy. Their idea is to grow and to fund growth, and they don't have any proclivities. It doesn't look like to slow down that growth at all. So they're going to continue to grow and do this. And so I hate to see us destroy part of what makes Boulder City so unique and so different and so desirable by doing this. And also, like I mentioned, the death spiral, I think there will be people that will have to do it. They'll have to quit, and they'll probably go all the way to desert landscaping at that point. That means you're going to lose a lot of those water sales, people that would otherwise continue to buy and pay the price if it's not too high, so they could have that green yard and the trees. And also along that way, when you start doing that, sure, you can take out the grass, but there's a lot of trees that are involved in a lot of those yards. And all you got to do is drive around town and see where people have done that already, which there's a lot of them that have gone to desert landscaping. And a lot of those beautiful trees that were once in the yard are dying because the root system that would relied on all that water that fed the grass is no longer there. So we need to kind of balance what we're going to do here and be careful what we do, because it could have consequences that we may not want to see down the road. Anyway.
If you can go back to slide 18, Holly, for me. So that's, if you look at the very bottom, and you see the the very bottom in bold, you'll see the 3,187,000,000, then you'll see the 9,780, then you'll see the 2,605,000,000, then you'll see the 799. I think it illustrates a lot of Ned's point also, is that, so that is the reduction that I'm basing, the 7.9 is what I'm basing that table on right now. And so that's more than 10,000 acre feet less of our allocation. We have 18,000 acre feet of water of allocation, and we would be down to 7.9 with just the reductions using 20. That's one of the reasons, Andy, too, that these 20s, that we've been there. We have already been pretty much there, except for the golf courses, but residential has been there. And so you're, by extreme, now you're taking it another, even further down. So there is, again, just an open discussion. You've got to be careful. We don't want to seem like we're not conserving, but at the same time, we have conserved by our conservation. And so it'd be interesting to see what the other over the hill has been when we're using less than half of our water allocation. How many other cities have that? How many, is anybody else even close to using half, anywhere near that little amount? Most of them are probably up towards the top.
And that water that we don't use, they're using, they take it.
Yes.
And we probably won't get it back.
So it's just things that's the thing I think a lot of us would
But
like.
are we looking at that per capita? I mean, how much are we using is one thing, but how much are we using per person?
We probably are using more per capita.
And
but we have a
if we are,
cleaner environment.
then we're not setting the example. We're not, I mean, I understand our reductions have been phenomenal. I get that. But we're not achieving the goal that we're trying to get to is get everybody down, not just us. But somebody's got to lead by example somehow.
No. There's one problem you're all forgetting.
Yeah.
When they take and they talk about per capita, they're throwing the golf courses in on the residential usage.
Yes.
So if you take the golf courses off the residential usage, we've already hit our per capita. Now the little cat got let out of the bag about recycled water and reclaimed water. If we push our water back over the hill into SNWA, there's another loss we've just attained.
Think about that.
So again, these are thoughts that we've got to be careful what we discuss today, but these are thoughts for future, and we just like to emphasize. Again, can we come up with a compromise? I think that's all we're asking for, is a reasonable compromise. Okay, so then, Holly, if you can jump me to 24, and you've already done that, thank you very much. So now what I've done is the commercial, and, okay, guys, we better not, please. So the commercial, I did differently, because what I was trying to do was that I didn't go with the extreme amount in dollars on the commercial as I did with the residential. The commercial percentage did go at the extreme. That would be what would happen if you were to just say, here's the current rates, and I need to collect the similar amount of revenue, and I'm gonna just increase it by a percentage. That's what happens on the right-hand side. Then if you go over to the left-hand side, I did similar aspects. I tried to break it out, and so I did the same thing that we did. We've mentioned it at times, is that if you've got some of the commercial that just have a toilet and a sink and a little bit of water, then we might as well give them a break. If they're not using the water, let's give them a break. So instead of starting at 60,000, let's start at, we'll use the first two tiers again, the 5,000 and the 15,000. And then we'll go from there. And so then you would go 15 to 250. So those are, the other ones are, I would believe would want some type of input from the commercial to give us a better idea of what the water tiers are being used for and what it is. It'd be really nice to understand what the higher people are using it for. So are they wasting water, or are they benefiting the city and tourists by the water? So if we did that $6, $7, $8, $9, then that's just gonna get passed on to the tourists and the citizens. And so then everybody's gonna be mad at Boulder City. And so is that something reliable? If they're wasting water, then we need to figure out how to do that. But we need to understand what they're using the water for. So, in my opinion, so that's the big difference. And you'll see the highest I put on there was $5.25. But again, compared it. And if you look at the one thing, let's go back to slide, I can do that one. Go back, the one thing I wanted to get at was the far columns on either table. What I was trying to do was, again, trying to be the best I can to compare apples and apples. So if you look at the 1,582,713 on the far right hand of the left-hand table, do you see where that's at of it? So it's across it's a line with, it's associated with 15,000 to 25,000 per month. And so it's not the exact same thing, but it's close because it's the first 25,000 in the other tier, 8 to 25. So you take that 1.5 compared to the 1.8. So instead of helping conserve water, if you did a percentage, you would hit everybody. If we do a tier rate, we would actually help the people that are conserving water. And then the people that aren't conserving water, we get the extra amount of revenue from. So that's what the far columns are about. And so then if I go back to, we go to the next, back to commercial again, then a similar thing. The commercial, then the people that use less water are gonna get a break, and the ones that, if you did it just as a percentage, they wouldn't get the break. And then people that use more are gonna pay more. But I think, again, we need to understand that one we definitely want to try to get some input from commercial to get an understanding what the high amount of water is used for. Okay, so I think that's most of the opinions. So the next thing is just additional issues. Was there anything else I can help with on this aspect? Or as far as, so the whole idea of this one was sort of looking at, okay, how do we compare the budget and the expenses? How do we compare what we are estimating to collect? How would you categorize them? So by categorizing them, you sort of can look at it. It is a way to look at the cost of service. And so then you figure out what dollars you might put in what bucket to say this is what we need to collect for. So with that being said, then some of the additional issues we have then going in the future is I think we all agreed that it's best if we break up the SNWA charges from the service charge. So if we have another table that shows here's the Boulder City portion and here's the SNWA portion. And it'd be easier to modify those and do pass-throughs easier in the future. So as resolution issues going forward, that's one thing I think we should do. We should look at modifying the residential Schedule B section. We should at least review it in detail and try to understand it and see if it should be modified. Review Section 8. Section 8 will help us in the meter size. What do we actually want to collect from the service charge? So if we just, you read it out, Joe, and it's somewhat clear, but I think if we could understand it a little bit better, it would be helpful. Then review each section of the rates resolution, see if anything needs to be updated. So make recommendations and if the resolutions are gonna be modified, let's see if any other resolution can be, if any section needs to be reworded a little bit to help avoid confusion. Okay, so the next, the additional issues are, so I just put 3 years, and then I said 5 years of budget, but I think we wanna look at least 3 years. 5 years is probably a good way to do it. If we're going to, figure out what we need to understand what we're gonna need for the future years. So what do we need? What is our capital gonna be? In water, it's not looking bad, so we won't have a large capital expense to collect on. Energy's gonna be electrical's gonna be another issue. Check for all the revenues and offsets. So is there anything else? So I look at it as offsets, not subsidies. So if we have something that can offset the utility, not subsidize them, but offset it, maybe if we have a certain amount, like we did before, it was an offset from the voted on issue with the leases. I looked at it as an offset, not as a subsidy, so that's why I put it as offset. Calculate water use for the future, what revenue can we expect, so we need to really take a good look at the water. So for fiscal year '24 especially, what do we think we're gonna use? So that'd be for both, what do we think it's gonna cost us, and what do we think the revenue we're gonna collect? And then the golf courses, I think, they pay towards O&M because they pay the surcharge, but they don't pay any water retail at all. So they're a big user, so we just take a look at them in the future and find out, is there something that they can help out? Like, that's what I was trying to point out with the 3 billion gallons of water, and 1.6 of it is what you're collecting most of retail on. That's what I was trying to get at. There's a lot of water that a specific group, commercial and retail, is paying for most of the stuff. So when you just keep raising that higher and you just throw a percentage of that over and over again, it's a little bit, a little more difficult. So that's what I'm trying to get at. So it's just the golf courses, just to think about is what I think we can do. And then, so if December seems like a reasonable time frame, I'd like to start reviewing and researching that data and bring that back in December to a similar one with this. I don't know if I can make it any less complicated, I'll do my best, but that's what I'd like to do, and then if we can discuss options in the future.
Well, Larry, I'd like to at least thanks for your work. That's a lot of work, very complicated issue. It's gonna be a very contentious issue, I think, in this town too, but anyway, appreciate the time that you spent. I think you did a good job.
I agree, Larry, thank you so much.
We all agree.
I'm sure this took you hours and hours to get all this information, and I really appreciate your work.
Well, that's the reason there's only water here. 'Cause I didn't have time to get to the electric. So I guess, yeah, so we can discuss that in the next agenda item about when it would fit in properly, and then we can do that. Is there any other comments from Joe or from the committee?
Yeah, Larry, I just want to echo what was previously mentioned. Appreciate the effort you spent on this. It shows your commitment to the committee and to Boulder City. I think there's a lot we could gain from the work that you've done. So I'm hopeful that we can use a good portion of it as we move forward with a cost of service study.
And I guess the thing, and again, one thing I didn't want to harp on too much, but to say here is I think if we go through the budgeting process and can understand some of the numbers more, so as that would be helpful, because then we understand what, for instance, the debt service, can we break that out? It's got a couple things. And the water rate is one of the things. So it's sort of helpful. That's one thing I was trying to go as I went through it too, is if we understand these numbers more, then we know what we can do. So, you've got hundreds of numbers, and so for us to stay out of the weeds, maybe we're just asking, that's what I broke down, that you're looking at maybe 8 different numbers. And can we understand them better so we know what to budget for, is how our revenue requirement is affecting our rate. So that going forward to be helpful with the budget process too. So with everybody's feedback, then it made the work a little less, it made it more, I appreciate the feedback. And so, again, we'll get to the next thing in the next agenda item. So hopefully, though, that makes people start thinking, and then we can figure out a good agenda item to figure out how we want to discuss it in the future. Thank you very much for your patience. Okay, so we will close out, get back to where I'm at, close out item number 4 and go to the update from the Utilities Director regarding water and power consumption. Do you need the?
I don't believe so, but is it possible that we take a 5-10 minute break just to?
Sure.
Okay, very good. Is that okay, Holly? Thank you. Use the restroom real quick before
We're back. And so we're on item number 5, update from the Utility Director regarding water and power consumption. Thank you. I used all my energy up.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Carr. Yeah, item number 5, this is a monthly update on water and power consumption. So if we navigate to the dashboard on electric usage month over month increased by 4,259 megawatt hours from the billed month of July to the billed month of August, totaling 32,632 megawatt hours. Single-family residential led the increase, likely due to increased demand of air-conditioned units with elevated humidity due to the monsoon season. So as even with temperatures more temperate in the summertime, as the humidity rises, the need for electricity increases. On the water side, potable water usage decreased by 36 million gallons from the billed month of July to August, totaling 193 million gallons. Single-family residential use was the highest water user and likely saw less demand due to the monsoon rains. And raw water usage also decreased by 30 million gallons from billed month of July to August, totaling 111 million gallons. Cascada Golf Course was the highest raw water user and also likely saw less demand due to the monsoon rains. When it comes to how we compare annually, if we go to the annual, this is through the end of August. So you could see kind of our electric consumer charges were pretty much on track, pretty flat, kind of where we are in the year, projected to be 10% less than what we had used in the previous year. And as we get to water usage, water consumption year over year, you can also see there's a little bit of a spike. I think that was 2020, right? And then since then, 2021, kind of flat and coming down quite a bit in 2022. So now what I'd like to do is shift to the SNWA, their water consumption report. I just think we have that. And that's in the packet. Oh yeah, so the water use tracking report. And so it's not something that I normally bring to the committee. I think it's something that I've sent to you individually in the past. But here I just want to show, this is all the purveyor members of SNWA. You can kind of read through the overview. Where I'd like to go, if we scroll down to the member usage graph. You have a question?
Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go to the top just for a minute,
Okay.
and I don't know if that's gonna help lead you in or if that's gonna distract, I apologize, but go down to the bottom of that page.
Okay.
I think that was really good because it shows that Boulder City was down 15% compared to last year, so that's, I
Right.
thought was a really good sign.
Yep. Yeah, and actually just got the water usage report today from SNWA, so that increase, I think it was 15.5 for the
Decrease.
decrease, yeah, so the decrease increased, so our demand reduction is down 15.5% for the month of July compared to last year. And there's a pretty good graphical representation of this. If you kind of keep scrolling a little bit more, there's keep going, there's a usage graph, and it shows all the purveyor members. I know it was mentioned our, limited growth, but it all comes down to kind of what folks are doing on an individual basis. And I think this graph really shows, as well as what the city is doing. Keep going a little bit more. It should be at the very, there you go, perfect. So for the 3-year average, we're down 21%. And I believe from the latest water report, our demand is down, our consumption, is down 22% for the month of September compared to the last 3 years. So as we work towards continued conservation efforts, as we discuss rates and as we're implementing programs, turf removal at the golf course, folks are taking the initiative to take advantage of removing turf, but also keeping shade coverage, getting rebates from SNWA. We are looking at implementing some water rebates in addition to the electric rebates that we've got with our electric rebate program, more of a utility rebate program. That would be the water smart controllers, as well as I think that's it. The water smart controllers is the only one we're looking at so far on the water rebate. So happy to entertain any questions you have for me regarding the monthly consumption report.
If we bring up that one slide again, so make sure I'm understanding that actually Boulder City is leading the conservation. We're using less than any other entity in the valley.
So we're leading the reduction in consumption. So there's a couple ways you can look at it. I mean, you can look at it like, hey, we've used that much in the past. Now we're not, which is great. If we can maintain our quality of life, as was previously described by Member Shamo on this type of reduction efforts, then full steam ahead. If we start to we need to find that healthy balance, right? And so the 86 gallons per capita is the goal of the authority. We have some different variables, as Member Todd mentioned, with the golf courses and the number of parks we have per capita. So all that's got to be taken into consideration. But I think this shows we're stepping up to the plate. We're taking this serious. The citizens are taking it serious. And the folks that eventually you're going to get to that point where as much can be done, and then we're going to have to look at the end of the spectrum where the excessive use folks who don't really have a incentive to or desire to use less, for example, for whatever reason, to put a charge on that to see if that would impact their behavior.
But overall, year to year, people are conserving in
Yes.
Boulder City.
That's right.
Okay, but to get to your 63 gallons, what
Or
is it?
86?
86.
Yeah, and that's the
excuse
water
me.
authorities.
Yeah, right.
Yep, the board.
Okay, we're not recycling our water. And
Currently.
they are, and
Yep.
that number comes from, that is so low because of the water that they recycle back down into the lake.
Correct.
Okay, and then for us to do that, we're gonna have to do the same thing.
Right,
There's no way that we can get to 63 when our.
86, yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
No,
keep
no worries.
saying that. Yeah. But when our water that from the sewage is going out into the desert?
That's correct. Yep, we're actively meeting and working with the authority on direct and indirect reuse options.
Okay, and who's gonna pay for that?
Well, that's a good question. The water authority has agreed and been generous enough. They won't have an vested interest in returning that water either to the lake or helping us directly reuse water. There's the two options that are being looked at right now actively. So we're in meetings with them and other folks on reclaimed water direct reuse, as well as the capabilities and potential for us to indirect reuse, which would be to send our treated effluent to Henderson's system, where it would tie into the right back into the wash as return flow credits.
But we can also do a lot, but the idea of clean up the water, but then using it to blend with the regular water to water the golf courses too. We can put that to beneficial use by doing something like that.
We also are looking at the direct reuse option and as close to the current wastewater treatment plant as possible. So the golf courses, Vets Cemetery, and Vets Park is kind of the 4 locations that we're looking at. SNWA has put together a nice presentation on how that would work in a typical year, where our demand would be low, where our demand would be where we wouldn't have enough demand, where we'd have to augment it with potable. So, and that's something that we could look at getting to the committee from them to present on in the near future. Any other questions?
I guess with the conservation, I think what we're trying to point out is that, we realize that there is conservation, we have to do our share. I guess we're just hoping that the compromise, we can work. And then when we see good numbers like this, that it's just, okay, how much more do we have to go down and cut our revenue to satisfy everybody? We're just trying to find a decent compromise.
Exactly.
Without getting to a point where everybody rips out their yards and then you can't come back. And so that's what Over the Hill wants, is everybody's yard to go out. But does Boulder City have to go to that extreme? That's what I guess I'm trying to figure out.
And that water we give up, we won't get back by doing that.
We are a member of the SWA, and so we have given that allocation up to the body, right, outside of I think it's 5,600 or 5,800.
Well, we haven't given it up. We've just, if we don't use it, they can use it. If we need it, we're supposed to be able to get it back. I don't believe we've given it up, but but ownership is 90% of the law.
Yeah.
So that's what we're a little afraid of, is that they've already got it. So for us to get it back, but you started. Sorry, I interrupted your 5. You were probably going through the different aspects of allocation we had.
Right. Yeah. So the 5,800. That is still our allocation, right? It's my understanding that the other portion of it is what we've shared, and if it needs to be used by the body, which would be the other purveyor members, it is. So we are in a Tier 2A shortage, I believe, for calendar year 23. The CRC has sent their report to the Bureau of Reclamation on their plans and they outline for the year what are their plans and limits, anything changes. There is no limit currently on growth, so that's something to think about. That eventually there will need to be a broader discussion for us in the community on that. Not us in Boulder City. I mean us as SNWA.
Oh yeah, because there's no limit over the hill.
Correct.
I think that's the big point Ned's
Yeah.
always making is, we're so conservative on our growth. Everyone needs to adopt something very similar to us, because they just said today in the paper, if you noticed, one of out by some places expanding 400 homes, putting that in different areas. That can't continue. If we're going to do our part, we cannot let them expand their cities. That has to be our motto or our charge. If we're gonna reduce our costs and reduce our usage to where it's a normal usage for what's allowed for per person, we're gonna have to tell the other users that they gotta do what we did. And we did it, when we did it, Ned? When did we do it? 1980.
Right.
And I did some number calculations on our consumptive use per person and so forth. And, it is high, but if no one else if other people across the valley are using and allowing expansion, there's no use for us to continue on our vein. I mean, I really believe that. I think we should reduce, but if no one else is doing it by controlling growth, then we're gonna all get screwed up here.
Yeah, it's a broader discussion that will need to happened at the community level, state level, federal level.
The city's gonna, I think the council has to take a stance on that growth issue, a real strong stance. Because we've been doing it since 1980. That means we started implementing this many years ago, 40 years ago, right? Exactly. So we weren't sitting around on our thumbs acting like we can use all the water we can. So I mean, we are using too much water per person here. That's true. And I don't know, you gotta measure it several ways. And I will probably take another look at it and maybe have something to present next time as well. But to make it more apples to apples based on golf courses versus residential versus commercial. But the bottom line is, we can't continue to ask our citizens to reduce their costs if no one else in the valleys, the same people using that same water, are not taking the same stance we are. I mean, limiting growth is a pretty darn substantial thing to put on people. You think about, the revenues we missed, the tax dollars you missed by not doing that, that's a lot, and we're still have a nice community and so forth. We can't sit here and let everybody else grow and we're not.
We've got something special, we need to hang on to it somehow.
I mean, in a way, you just look at it as an oasis. It can only be so big, So, and that's kind of what we've done here, so.
Well, and I think it's important that we keep that mentality independent of what others can do. We are such a fraction of what the allotment is, and the Upper Basin right now, they're going after what they claim are their water rights. So that's kind of on a macro scale. What we say, hey, we're entitled to this 18,000 acre feet per year. I mean, they're starting to do that, and but in the hundreds of thousands and in the million range. So the issue is so much more broad that I think we continue to improve, do the right thing, be good stewards of it. We can recycle our indoor water use. That's the smartest, most effective thing that we can do in the near term. There's a large capital cost and investment needed to do that. My opinion is we take the opportunity the SNWA has presented us, whether that's indirect or direct reuse. There's certainly much more challenges to direct reuse and the cost of that, the operation and maintenance of it. But that's something that with the committee's advisement and council can make that decision.
But even at that, if everybody would just take care of their water clocks and try to make a pretty big improvement. I mean, I'm very serious about that. If people would just adjust their water clocks to the right amount of time for the amount of grass you have, I would bet you could see a substantial improvement in your water reduction, just by that alone. There's so much probably overwatering. Unfortunately, I see it happening every night I walk home, walk around town, there's water running down the curbs. And, someone had something in the paper this last week about that, and we have to stop that. I mean, if the city doesn't, I'm talking about city.
Yeah.
City doesn't stop it, no one else is gonna give a darn either. But honestly, if we would put together change your water clock and make your watering cycles match what SNWA suggests for their lawn, I would think we could see I wouldn't guess to what percentage, but I would say a significant percentage of our water could be reduced by just that alone. Now, that's gonna hurt our bottom line, as Larry's pointed out, but that would, I mean, that's foolish to have our water clocks. And everybody, it's not a, it's a laziness. I do it. I wait a week or two. I should have done it. You know, I've been out of town. I didn't jump, and that wasn't the first thing I thought about when I got home, is to change my water clock. But I know I need to do it, you know, but I gotta crawl into the house. Well, you know, my back hurts me today. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. But no, that's part of the issue. You know, so, I mean, I think there's some basic steps we could make and improve the city's water use, water consumption. But one thing I've learned by listening to everyone talk here is, you know, about the growth that's going on in the valley is really one of the big causes of our water usage. And there's no reason to grow as fast as these communities are growing. And I know you can't tell it to the developer. I know that you know, they'd be all waiting for me out in my car when I got there, but, but, you know, I know that, and you know that. Let's just be smart about it. But, you know, it's all down to the dollar.
Yeah,
So-
we gotta be a little careful on getting off topic.
Well,
So now this
yeah.
is, because I guess this,
It's a
It
monthly
still
report
comes-
on
monthly
water
report
and
and
power
conservation,
consumption.
I'm just making sure, I just understand, just,
Yeah, no, that's why I brought it up.
Well, the numbers that you read
Yeah,
in your report,
sure,
we are using less water in Boulder City.
that's right.
Yeah.
And
We are doing our part.
and we need to continue. So
I
that's,
agree.
so and so it's important for everybody to just continue on that path.
Right.
But, you know, I always, when Ned first said something about if we give it up, they're gonna take it away from us, I didn't believe that. But the more I started looking at numbers and what other people are using and the expansions, I'm on board on that. They're taking away what we're giving up, and that's not right. But we should all be giving up. The whole valley should be giving it up.
We are, you know, in lockstep in solidarity with our water waste use ordinance. You know, that was a big victory, a big win for the members. You know, the 2002 water rates that came out was as a result of the drought when it first started.
Sure.
That's where that conservation kind of first charge, you know, or tier was brought to place, and that's how long we've been in this situation. So, whatever we can do, that's what we're actively doing. So it's how can we be more efficient on the citywide side? We're looking at advanced AMI for getting that in place to where we can detect issues in our system much more rapidly. Be able to fix leaks in the system, that kind of thing. So that's all in our plan as we move forward.
And I think what you mentioned about what SNWA is trying to support for reclaimed and reuse and all those things, I'd like to see what they're trying to propose, but I know that some of the, I think one of the biggest hurdles I see is Henderson gonna give up 1.5 million gallons capacity of their system just to let clean water run through it? If I were the manager, which I once was at the plant, I'd say hell no. But, because that's taken away 15,000 people from that system. But I think there's a way out, because if we already have our permit, the way I read our NPDS permit, our discharge permit, it already allows us to give the water, or sell the water to solar plants and other facilities, make an ordinance that they have to use our water. And there's no more nutrient removal. It comes out of our lagoons. It doesn't have to be filtered anymore. It can be used straight out of our treatment plant. And that, to me, would be the best sell of that water, is to sell that 1.5 million gallons to them. And then talk to SNWA about giving credit for that, because that is a credit. We are using that water. We're recycling that water. And there's no reason, just because it doesn't go into the lake doesn't mean we shouldn't get credit for it.
Somebody else is using it.
That's right, and they would have to take that same water out of the raw water to use it. So it is recycling.
It is.
So I don't think it has, I'm afraid we're gonna see, I'm just, again, a guess, but a pretty good guess, I think, that cost of that additional treatment at our plants is gonna blow it out of the water.
That would be the direct reuse option.
Of course.
So, we've had discussions with Henderson on,
Mhm.
do they have the capacity to, take our treat effluent? And they do, and they,
Oh, they got the capacity,
well, and
but it's not contributing to the treatment process they have. You're diluting, and I'm going from a technical standpoint, and having to deal with that water. We also, there's other issues there as well, but that would be my stance if I were the manager of that plant. I'm just saying that they have, yes, the capacity's there, but now you've taken away 1.5 million gallons of treatment capacity from them that they can no longer sell, which maybe that's a good thing. Now they can't expand their system because it's already limited out, but that's kind of a crazy way to look at it. But
Joe, but I think,
Oh,
so
go ahead,
we
go
don't
ahead.
get too far off track here, do we? Because this one, we might be getting a little bit off track. Is Southern Nevada getting close to bringing something back to the utility committee?
I think that could be, we could discuss that in the future meeting
Okay,
topic, yeah.
then that will probably be, then we can talk about it more later. I think it'd be the better way to do that.
Okay.
The other thing, just really quickly for Howard, I think, is that, I don't know if you've followed, but in the last several meetings, we've talked about the ordinances. And so the water clock was a big issue on the ordinance. And so right now, it's actually a violation if you aren't following the water clock. So I think what my understanding is that the city is gonna really start promoting a lot of outreach, type of media programs to try to really push the water issues, if I understood correctly.
That's correct, yeah, and that along with the water waste, which is what you described, Howard, is the water flowing down the street.
So yeah, and if we can talk about that in this update, then I guess it's good if we can just sort of do a little bit of update as how it's looking and what citizens are saying or how the city's doing, so that's probably good to know. Because I think hopefully if we can get rid of a lot of that waste, then we'll meet a lot of it too. And then you'll get the wasted part and still have the water used for proper functions.
Yeah, we're looking at our non-functional turf in the public right-of-way parkways that right outside here, the pop out of the rec center and by the Boulder Dam Credit Union, as well as Frank Crow Park, is the kind of low-hanging fruit for the city to take care of, because that water can't be watered in 2027 from Colorado River water, part of that AB 356. So that's one thing that we're doing. As far as the outreach and promotion, we can utilize the utility mailer, social media. The ordinance has gone into effect. There's several pieces of it that don't kick in until January 1 to get folks kind of ready. But as far as the watering on the city parks and how that goes, the way they're designed and the way the irrigation is set up, it's really not possible with the setbacks to not have water flowing down the street. It's what we have. So for us to change it, that we'd have to redesign that.
Okay, and we can just, I guess, keep sort of discussing how
Sure.
that's good, because that was one of the big reasons that I was pushing till January, because the residents can't really do it either without modification. So I appreciate that at least we got till January to get some of the grass up against the sidewalk there in the same shape as the city is. So those are things that we have to go forward with and see what we can do. Eileen?
You had mentioned water rebates and electric rebates. Now, were you talking about the city or SNWA?
I was talking about the city. So we have an electric rebate program for various items. We are looking at modifying that. For example, one of the items that's currently on there is evaporative coolers. And the county's looking to, and the water authority to ban the use of those. So we currently offer a rebate if you put an evaporative cooler. So that's an example of one that we would, want to look to remove. There's some other that are haven't been used in some time that aren't as applicable. We'd like to add the smart thermostats as one that's huge energy savings that they learn your behavior, has a way to look into where your location is, knows when you leave your home, then it kind of adjusts the temperature of your home and makes it, and it does it on a schedule. They're huge energy savings. But the water one would be the smart controllers, and those are the controllers that you can set to a certain amount of water, say 1/4 inch or whatever, and once it senses that amount, it's going to kick off. It's not going to irrigate during a rain event, as rare as we get them.
Okay, and is there someplace on the website where people could go to find out what these rebates are? Or
So right now they're on the electric rebate page on BCNV, so what we're looking to do is to kind of revamp that and have it be a utility rebate page. Include water smart controllers, and match kind of what SNWA currently offers.
So could people theoretically get a rebate from SNWA and the city?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we get into the next item?
I guess so are they started putting signs out for areas that they're going to reduce the grass in yet? Is that something that's still gonna go forward?
It's been an idea, that's why it's not something that we have immediately implemented.
Okay, so how soon is the grass in the front gonna be removed, especially like the rec center?
As far as like the parkway?
Well, I thought, it sounded like you're removing the grass right in front of the building too.
Well, I think that grass is actually used, a portion of it is, so we are working with an outfit to do a design of City Hall and around the rec center. The areas that we've identified are the grass area out on the side of the building by the electrical panel.
Okay.
But the grass that's in the front of the building is used. So it's used for different events and.
Okay, no, that's good, and the same thing right out here, so the grass right in front is gonna stay.
That is being evaluated as
Okay.
as an option for, for turf removal to show, that we're serious and concerned about the non-functional turf. I understand that there's probably maybe a desire to keep that. Potentially, but there's areas that aren't being used, and that's the focus of the turf removal around the city buildings.
Yeah, I don't know how much the signs would cost or how much it would take to do it, but the sooner they got up there, then we would understand better that this section, maybe with even a little map on the sign showing this is what we plan to remove, because I was understanding that it was all of the grass in front of the rec center. So I'm just trying to get clarity for myself and the citizens to understand.
So there's a couple things. So you got non-functional turf, which is the turf that, by the definition, doesn't meet a function, right? And so that's the grass that can no longer be watered by the end of 2026. So the low-hanging fruit that's in the public right-of-way that the city maintains, that would be the parkway. So there's consideration of the trees there too. So you have to be very cautious, and because there's growth there, and so we want to keep the trees alive, maintain that. So if there's a way to do that, that's what we're going to pursue.
Okay. No, that's what I'm trying to, because I think we all agree that we want to keep the trees. The trees, if you get rid of the grass is one thing, we don't have a choice, but you get rid of the grass and the trees, now Boulder City's really, I think you would increase our temperature quite a bit. You just go walking around there in the heat, and you go by under the tree, it's walkable. You go in the sidewalk with no tree, it's 5-10 degrees different.
You walk from tree to tree.
Yeah. So I agree with you totally. Is what I'm saying is that we want to keep as many of the trees. We don't want people just to turn water off and then have all these trees die in the parkway.
Right.
So so I guess that's what the more we can get out to. I think we're all saying that the more we can get out to the citizens to understand what can and can't be done, and what will or won't be done. Because the one thing, let me know if I'm getting off track, but I think it's still under conservation, is that if I read in the council meeting package right, that they're taking out the, plants and the trees at the Boulder City Cemetery and replacing it with something different.
I'm not familiar with that
Yeah, that
project.
was, it'd be nice, it was in the fiscal year '24 maintenance package, saying that they were going, I don't know what I first thought they were talking about all that vegetation. I think maybe they're just talking about the drive-through section. There's a lot of grass and there's some very, old trees there that seem to be ridiculous to pull those trees out and put something different. Cause I think that's almost a mini park right there. So to say it's not being used, I don't think so those are the things that would be nice if that is happening, have a sign there to say this is being removed. So the public understands what's going on. But yeah, please look into that, cause that's what I thought I read. I could be wrong, but I thought I read that was what they were gonna do. So those are things that just, so we understand before it's too late, that it's the decision's already been made that the citizens can't speak up on.
Sure.
Hey, Joe, real
Yes,
quick.
sir.
Just came to mind that sign that we have right there at the Albertsons, shopping center, tells us about events and everything else that's going on as you come into town. Have we ever utilized that to just put something out there about water conservation? I'm just talking about anything we throw. I know people know about it, but people don't think about it. It seems to be part of the issue is just, if we can point it out to them, every chance you get, save water, save water, save water, save water. And that's just something that we could use that, the city has as you come into town. Hey, don't forget to turn your faucet off, whatever else you can do. And the other question is anybody considered tankless water heaters on a rebate program?
Yeah, that's another thing that we could look to add. I think there is there could be a rebate program with Southwest Gas, I think, on that.
That'd be kind of hard for us because most of us don't have gas.
Right.
It just, for me, I mean, I know I even have a recirculator in my house and my water's still not, my temperature hot.
Right.
So I run it for another couple of minutes or whatever. I try not to, guys. I'm not admitting anything here. But the point is, if you could have that water there, that's maybe a gallon or two every day that
Right.
somebody saves.
Yeah, I just take cold showers, So on the Dam Marquee, I believe that's owned by the chamber, but I could look into that. We could look at partnering with them, and we could also look at adding the tankless water heaters to some kind of rebate or matching
And
program.
even every time we have, sorry about that. Every time we have events up here, Best Damn Barbecue, whatever, make sure we get stuff out that's, throwing up there. Hey, don't forget about saving. However it's done, I'm not an advertising guy, but just to tell people, because it doesn't just benefit us, then it benefits the rest of the valley who are coming up here also to see that kind of, to participate in that kind of stuff.
I appreciate that feedback. Any other questions before we wrap up the utility, water, and power consumption report? Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Joe. I appreciate it. That brought some really good information forward. I appreciate that. Okay, so we will close out the update, item number 5, and we'll go to item number 6 for possible action discussion regarding potential agenda items for upcoming utility advisory committee meetings. I guess open it up really quick to see, is there anything, and from this discussion, that somebody would like to see out in the next 1 to 6 months to bring in a specific agenda item out? Going once, going twice.
You're talking about working on the electric rate portfolio or thing that like you did on the water for next month. That's something that's gotta be on the next agenda.
Actually, I'm looking at it in December. I don't think I can get it done by
You're talking
November.
about November is gonna be Thanksgiving, right? And are we gonna have a meeting in November, or are we going dark?
We should have, I think, November and December both, unless, Joe, I'm misunderstanding, because look, the thing is it's early in the month, so we're coming out of Thanksgiving, but I think we're okay, and we're reasonably amount away from, December, and I think we have the IRP, I think we have a couple things going that we want both months if possible.
We could fit the IRP in December, so we can go ahead and have general discussion on future agenda items. Recommendation is to come up with kind of a consensus or vote on the next committee agenda before we conclude.
Right, I guess what we were trying to figure out was whether we go with November and December. I don't think I can be ready by November for electric. I think I need the November to go to have the first part of December. So as far as that agenda item goes, that's what I'd prefer to do is December, if that's okay with everybody.
You also mentioned somebody coming and giving us a presentation on something. Is that gonna be in November or December?
But I'm not, I guess that was the case when SNWA is ready to, I guess there'd be two things, more of the water conservation issues that's happening or possibly if they had something ready, otherwise just if we can learn more about the wastewater, what's happening there. So is there an update that we can get, or is there a presentation? And when would that be? When would that fit in, and when would they be ready?
Yeah, I can check on that, but I believe that we can shoot for next agenda
For November?
for November for that.
Okay, that would be good. So, but to push it out, are we okay, and Joe, does that fit? Because if we do the IRP, I think there'd be enough time. I don't think we have that much going on in December. We should be able to do the IRP and a electrical. This one did take, the water did take a little longer than I expected, but I think we still would have enough time. Do you see a problem with that?
I do not see an issue with that. I think we can go over the IRP and an electric rate presentation.
Okay, so what we could do is look at on November and December next real quick, if I'm understanding, that's what you were saying, Joe, was to, so for November, I guess we would do I'll just bring it out real quick and then everybody can see what they think. We'd do the minutes. And then I guess, is it okay to do an ongoing Cip? Does that work, Joe?
Yeah, we can do an ongoing CIP update on that.
Okay, and then, you were looking at probably, so an SNWA, do we say water presentation? Is that enough, or do we need to say water and sewer possibly?
Yeah, it would be, indirect and direct reuse presentation, something
Okay.
related to that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know if that covers what you did in item 5 of regarding water and power consumption. I thought that was a good report. I'd like to see that again.
Yeah, I think let him write that down. I think, Joe, we were thinking that we could put that on, leave 5, and we had as 5 and 6 this time as general items for right now. So we would have that as a general, continuous agenda item. So was there anything else that we had in the goals that anybody remembers that we needed to bring up for November, or did you have anything else, Joe?
We can discuss the changes to the rebates, so the proposed changes to the rebates, and then that could be in the November meeting, and bring that to council, either the second meeting in November or for December before the next summer season.
That sounds good. Minutes.
So I've got 6 items. I'm just gonna read them back and then see, we can kind of chew on it a little bit. So I got the minutes, have the ongoing capital improvement projects update, utility director update on water and power consumption, utility rebate changes or modifications, SNWA presentation on indirect reuse in Boulder City, and then future agenda items. And we could do the SNWA presentation first.
Yeah, let them, yeah. So I think actually, yeah, so you were saying the update, okay. Okay, so, is everybody good with that for next month?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, then real quickly, so we get,
So can you, if we want to formally do it, make a motion and second, that way we're,
okay, so did you want the format too, or do you want to just say that, because I think we were, let me just, can I run through it again really quick and then we can?
sure.
Okay, so what I was looking at is the only thing is the minutes, and then do we want SNWA to go second so then they don't have to be here that long?
Yes.
And then we'd also be doing it early enough. We're still doing 1 o'clock. Everybody's on board with that, right? It's still, so 1 o'clock. So then the Cip would be next, so it'd still be within the time frame for the city. So it'd be minutes, presentation from SNWA, Cip ongoing, rebate, then the your director update and agenda.
What day?
That's a good point. The 2nd of November. That's the first Wednesday?
There's a 50-50 chance I won't be here. I may have surgery that day.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I guess I'm just trying to think of the best, to make it the clearest motion. Do you want me to repeat it again as in the motion to make it easier? What do you?
Yeah, just, make a motion and then present the agenda.
Okay, so I will set a motion as an abbreviated version of the minutes would be, I make a motion for November's meeting on the second day, first Wednesday, to have the minutes as agenda item number 1, the presentation from SNWA as number 2, ongoing Cip as number 3, a presentation from the city on utility rebates as number 4, an update by the utility director is number 5, and future agenda is number 6. And then our normal, of course, the public meetings on either end, public comments.
I'll second.
Any comments?
She seconded it.
Right, we have to make a comment.
Okay.
Any comments? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, say nay. Okay, so then just, it passed, all- unanimously passed. Thank you. I'm done, I guess. I know everybody wants to leave. Just 2 more things. So December, I think if we just put a placeholder for the IRP and the energy rate discussion. So, because then I can start the rate discussion as long as I know there's a placeholder, I will start the rate discussion as soon as I can.
Yep, that sounds good.
Okay, and then we'll do that, we'll do the formal one in November. Okay, so I will close out item number 6, and we'll go to the public comment period, and so if you can put that up. So if anybody wants to call in, it's 702-589-9629. And there was nothing as the last comment period, right? Okay, because I know you can do it 2 different. The last comment, to remind everybody, is on any item where the first comment period is only on the agenda items. So people sometimes like to discuss it differently. So I will give it about a minute, and then we will call it good.
Well, it was a long meeting, we talked about a lot of good stuff.
This is the UAC public comment.
Yes, I have public comment. For the record, Fred Volz. As you talked about water rates today, a key piece of data is missing. The Finance Department claims, quote, it is too fraught with error, unquote, to implement a simple algorithm through the Munis accounting system, splitting out water and electric revenues between capital and operations as they are received from ratepayers. The problem? The unrestricted cash is routinely placed into one general account with no knowledge of how much money is actually available for operations versus capital projects at any given moment. If this committee is interested in accurately setting utility rates and managing the public's money cautiously, it is essential to clearly identify and track the cash balances in the two funds separately. The Finance Department performs a similar calculation each and every month when it allocates medical insurance premiums based on the number of covered individuals under each employee and by each city department. Why does Finance refuse to do this allocation for a much larger pot of money needed to intelligently run the city utility systems, projects, and finances? Also, the severity of Southern Nevada's water supply problem wasn't fully grasped by the committee today. The Colorado River has declined and continues to decline dramatically. Piecemeal and timid efforts toward conservation or water rate changes will not solve the problem of too much water use and too little supply. BC's quality of life will decline massively if taps are turned on and no water comes out, the path we are on presently. And I would ask that these comments be added to the record. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, we'll just wait another, just a little bit, and then we'll just make sure. Okay, hearing no other comments, then I will close the meeting. And if you could please put the time on the minutes, would be helpful. So I'm closing the meeting at 5:32. Thank you. And again, thanks for everybody's patience and time.
Thanks, Larry. Good job, by the way.
And Joe and Josh, thank you also for patience and time.